the Civil Rights Museum.
And I didn't even see the text until like late in the afternoon.
I saw Martinez. He didn't tell you?
He sent me a text, but I didn't have my phone out.
Y'all ready? Yes, sir.
If I had thought about it, I could have called him up as a miracle.
I told him to take me. I said, speak.
Did you order any masks that are different than...
I wonder why he wouldn't just get up.
He said he want to dress the part. Sergeant Owens, please call our April 9th, 2024 council meeting order.
We got the city of Memphis. It's about call for work for the transaction business solution term. All rise, please.
I would like to recognize our chaplain of the day, the Reverend Carrie Moore Black of Second Congregational United Church of Christ, invited by Councilwoman Janice Swearingen Washington. Reverend Moore Black, please lead us in prayer.
Let us bow our heads in prayer. Gracious, holy, almighty, and eternal God, our Mother, Father in heaven, we worship and adore you. We bless your name and give thanks to you for including us in this day. Our prayers are lifted this day for our civil servants as they risk their lives each day to keep the community safe, and for our elected leaders who commit their lives to service the pursuit of justice and equality. We ask that you would keep us filled with aspiration for a better day and triumphant victories in this city. Help each of us gathered here to create a community in which unity abounds to such an extent that when one weeps, the other will taste the salt from the tear. We ask continued blessings upon this body of leaders for the creative ways that they initiate and implement their gifts, talents, and intellect for the betterment of this city. Lead them, dear Lord, to be honest in their dealings and truthful in their sayings. As this meeting convenes, develops, and ends, we ask your guidance. We ask for your unity, and that the divine spirit sustain us. May the fruits of this meeting be amazingly productive and successful to your glory. This is our prayer in the name of the Father, the name of the Son, and Holy Spirit. And we thank you for listening. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands,
One nation,
under God,
indivisible,
with liberty and justice for all.
Councilwoman Swearingen Washington, you are recognized.
Thank you, Chair. It is my pleasure to thank Reverend Carrie Moore Black. We have a certificate to offer for you and also a gift for you coming down and sharing your time with us. In recognition of a life of exemplary qualities, outstanding service to the city, meritorious involvement in humanitarian affairs, and demonstrated concern for governmental process, has been appointed Chaplain of the Day from the Memphis City Council and is hereby entitled to all the honors, the rights, the privileges, and the prerogatives appertaining to the office and to the display of this certificate given under this seal this 9th day of April 2024, J.B. Smiley Jr., Chairman, and presented by Janice Swearingen Washington, District 4, Memphis City Council. District 4, where we soar and where we get more. Thank you so much for coming down and sharing your gifts, your spirit with us. We appreciate you, and we really appreciate that beautiful prayer.
Madam Comptroller, you know what to do.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Roll call. Council members Canali. Here. Carlisle. Here. Cooper Sutton. Easter Thomas. Present. Ford. Present. Green. Present. Logan. Present. Spinoza. Here. Swearingen Washington. Here. Walker. Present. Warren.
Present.
White. Present. Chairman Smiley.
President accounted for.
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Thank you. I believe that Vice Chairman Canali has read the minutes from our February 20th. That's not right.
March 19th. Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. I have reviewed the minutes from the March 19th meeting.
March 19th meeting.
To be in order and move for their adoption.
Can we kick the minutes? I'll come back to the minutes. All right, we'll come back to the minutes. All right. So we're going to come back to the minutes for those of you listening online and those of you out there. Welcome to the April 9, 2024 regular meeting of the Memphis City Council. The meetings of the council shall be conducted in an orderly manner to ensure the public has the full opportunity to be heard and the deliberate process of the council is retained at all times. The Sergeant at Arms has meeting agendas available up front, as well as comment request cards for the members of the public wishing to be heard on a specific item. All those wishing to speak on an item must turn in their comment cards to the Sergeant at Arms before the item is called. If you are not here to speak on a specific item, you can note your request to give general comment at the end of the meeting. As chair, I will only recognize those citizens properly registered to speak by submitting a completed request card to the Sergeant at Arms. Properly registered to speak, and also a citizen of the city of Memphis. Members of the audience and persons addressing the council will not be permitted to engage in gossip, make defamatory, personal, slanderous, or profane comments, or use abusive or vulgar language. The chairperson of the council may maintain order by giving any persons who are in violation of the stated rules of decorum a warning to cease any violative conduct in order to leave the council chambers, or may be given an order for security personnel to remove any disruptive person in council chambers who refuses to leave voluntarily. These rules are posted on the doors as you enter the chamber and as you pick up the comment cards. Item 35 will be held until April 23rd, 2024. Item 44 will be held until August 6, 2024. Madam Comptroller, could you please call item number 1? Yes, we're going to come back to the minutes at a later time while they figure that out.
Item number 1 is a resolution designating April 12, 2024 as Blue and Green Day Mid-South in the city of Memphis. This resolution is sponsored by the Memphis City Council.
All right, Councilman Warren, you are recognized.
Thank you.
There you go.
Mr. Chair. Thank you very much. As we're trying to get more information out about this to the public, I think this resolution is very important, and I would like to read it now for the council and our audience. Whereas every year, National Donate Life observes Blue and Green Day to amplify the importance of registering as an organ and tissue donor and encourage the public to wear blue and green to raise awareness. And whereas more than 100,000 Americans, including 4,000 in the Mid-South area, are currently on the national transplant list waiting. And whereas another person is added to the waiting list every 8 minutes, and on average, 17 people die every day because the organs they need are not donated in time. And whereas we can all do our part to save lives by educating and encouraging our peers and loved ones to register as an organ donor and tissue donor. And whereas the Memphis City Council supports National Donate Life and Mid-South Transplant Foundation and its efforts to bring new life to men and women and children in need of life-saving organ and tissue transplants. And whereas we hold those who have saved lives through the gift of donation in the highest regard and are grateful for their selflessness. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Memphis City Council does hereby designate the 12th day of April 2024 as Blue and Green Day Mid-South in the city of Memphis, and thus encourages all residents to promote the importance of organ and tissue donation. And this is given by the hands of every single council member on Memphis City Council this 9th day of April. Thank you very much. We're going to have the head of the organization speak with us.
I just want to say my name is Kim Van Frank, and I'm the Executive Director at Mid-South Transplant Foundation. And I just want to thank you for helping us bring awareness to April and the importance of organ and tissue donation. And I want to say thank you all for helping build the spirit today. I see your blue and your green. So keep wearing those colors this month. Wear them again on Friday. We're going to light the city up. You make many important decisions for yourself. I encourage each of you to make the important decision to be a donor and to help others when you no longer need those. Because if every person gave, then there would not be a wait list. So thank you very much.
This is for you, and I think we had
Madam Comptroller, please call item number 2.
I recorded it. Item number 2 is a resolution approving the closure of a segment of North November 6th Street from Jefferson Avenue to its north terminus and close and vacate the unnamed alley between North Main Street and 2nd Street. This resolution is sponsored by the Division of Planning and Development. The case number is SAC 23-08.
Thank you, Madam Comptroller. Councilman Canale.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Colleagues, this item was not heard in committee, and we did not send it down with a recommendation. I would like to ask DPD to do the presentation at this time. And if the applicant is here, I would ask the applicant to come forward as well.
Thank you, Councilman Canale. Brett Ragsdale with DPD. I'm trying to find the presentation here. Let's see.
They're very low. Green. Oh, I'm sorry, I need to move
I'm having
that.
some issues with
I'll move
my
it to the floor if I can get a second, please.
Let me see if I can get to, Jonathan, do I have access to the extra one? You have to sign. Yeah. I've got like. We just used it upstairs. This. Thank you. Members of the council, this is an application for a street and alley closure for November 6th Street. That is the terminus, the north terminus of that, from Jefferson Avenue to the unnamed alley between North Main Street and 2nd Street. So it's a T, essentially, at the 100 North Main project. It's in Council District 7, Super District 8, positions 1, 2, and 3. This is a location map. Of course, it's downtown, just to the south of us. This is the aerial map showing the T. 100 North Main is just to the north of this. And so this is to facilitate the rehabilitation of that project. Here are some site photos of the alleys. additional site photos looking to the east. This is a survey of the property that would be closed. So again, it's an alley closure of the subjects that I mentioned. We did recommend approval with conditions to the Land Use Control Board, and they have recommended approval unanimously on consent. These are the conditions which essentially are regarding easements and the construction of curb and gutter. And the time frame is a 3-year time frame. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Ragsdale. Colleagues, please take note that this says opposition at land use. There was no opposition on your agenda. I'll take this back to you. Councilwoman White.
I saw the photos of the closures. My only question is, will it block off access to any businesses?
No, it will not. And the applicant is here if you have any questions for them, but it does not block off any of the existing businesses.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
One more thing. It says this item may require a new public improvement contract. What does that mean?
So for cases like this that go to public works that they may require things, there may be some additional requirements from city engineering that would require the applicant to have an improvement contract with city engineering, and most likely would.
Councilman Warren, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Did I understand you saying this was going to be a 3-year closure and it's for construction?
The time period that it has to be officially closed is 3 years. So
Okay.
that's a standard condition.
And so then after that, they're planning on opening it back up? Is that the story?
No, I apologize for the confusion. That's just a time period that they have to actually officially close it. So this vote would allow them, if it's approved, to close it, then they'd have to go through the procedure to officially close it. They have 3 years to do that, but it would be closed.
It'd be
after
closed, and then
that.
they're going to
It
come
would
back to
remain.
permanently close it. And the reason they have to have an engineering contract is to make sure we can get to any infrastructure on the property we need, correct?
Correct, and we do have a utility easement included
Okay.
in the conditions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman, the presentation is complete. No other council members in the queue, so I will yield the floor to you, sir.
Was this item properly moved?
Yes, by me and seconded by yourself.
Moved by Councilman Canale, seconded by myself. I'm on the record? Okay. It appears that all hearts and minds clear. Our Madam Comptroller, could you please prepare the screen?
Canale, yes. Cooper Sutton, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Green, yes. Logan, yes. Spinoza, yes. Swearingen, Washington, yes. Walker, yes. Warren, yes. White, yes. Chairman Smiley, yes.
This item passes. Madam Comptroller, please call item number 3.
Item number 3 is a resolution pursuant to Chapter 9.6 of the Memphis and Shelby County Unified Development Code, approving a special use permit at the subject property located at 3545 South 3rd Street. This resolution is sponsored by the Division of Planning and Development. It was held from March 19th. The case number is SUP 23-26.
Vice Chairman Canale.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This item was heard in committee and was given no recommendation, but since it has been held 3 times, DPD is on hand to hear, if anyone wishes to hear a presentation, and if the applicant is here, I would ask them to please come forward. With that, I move it to the floor.
Good afternoon. This is Masano Stadnia with DPD.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman. Item number 3 is actually being held. So I apologize for that.
Okay. Item 3 is being held. Madam Comptroller, would you please call item number 4? Mr. Ragsdale? Mr. Ragsdale? Being held for how long? I'm about to be.
We are working with the applicant now to have them host a public meeting that was discussed with Councilman Ford, and they have not done so yet. And so we're working with them to try to move them along. So we actually have been in discussion with them and sent inspectors out today to cite them for some work. And so we are, again, trying to help move this along. And again, I apologize for the not notice on this, but I think that it's going to be probably 2 council meetings, because I think.
So we'll bring it back up May 7th.
Okay.
Yes. We good to go? Madam Comptroller, would you please call item number 4?
Item number 4 is a resolution pursuant to Chapter 9.6 of the Memphis and Shelby County Unified Development Code, approving a special use permit at the subject property located at 46 North B.B. King Boulevard. This resolution is sponsored by the Division of Planning and Development. The case number is SUP 24-07.
Councilman Ford Sr., will you take this item, please? Yes. It was not heard in committee, so.
It was not heard in committee, and we got planning and zoning. You want to give us a presentation, and do we have a representative? Okay, give us the presentation.
Councilman, if you'd move it to the floor, please, electronically.
I'll move it.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon. This is Masano Stadnia with DPD. The case number is SUP 2024-007. The applicant is Sam Powell with Derman Building LLC, and the district is 7 and the super district is 8. The location is 46 North B.B. King Boulevard. The request is a special use permit to allow a hotel in the central business district. You can see the location map and also the vicinity map in here. And also the next 2 pictures show the zoning map and also the land use map. Here are a few pictures of the site. And also you can see the survey here and also the site plan. We have the landscape site plan here and also some of the elevations. So the Memphis 3.0 provided some information regarding the future land use map, and also they gave us the answer that the request is consistent with the Memphis 3.0 comprehensive plan. And the staff planner recommends approval with condition. In this case was approved by Land Use Control Board as well. So here are the conditions. The drop-off lane along B.B. King Boulevard is subject to city engineering approval. Refuse containers and facilities shall be hidden by an opaque wall or masonry wall of sufficient height to screen the beam, and any appurtenance but not less than 6 feet in height. Building materials shall be constructed to match the architectural detail of the principal structure and contain a secureable gate to minimize blowing refuse. All existing sidewalks and curb openings along the frontage of this site shall be inspected for ADA compliance. The developer shall be responsible for any reconstruction or repair necessary to meet the city standards. Any existing non-conforming curb cuts shall be modified to meet current city standards or closed with curb, gutter, and sidewalk. All signs are subject to the review and approval of the Downtown Memphis Commission. The applicant shall share any approvals for signage with the Office of Construction Code Enforcement. And lastly, a final site plan shall be provided to the Division of Planning and Development if the special use permit is approved by the City Council. The final site plan shall include a landscaping plan, the building elevations, and any approved conditions of the City Council. That concludes my presentation. We'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for the presentation. Councilman Carlisle, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is the applicant here? Would you mind coming to the podium?
Please give your name and address for the record.
John Halford. It's 1905 Overton Park Avenue.
Fantastic.
38112.
Yeah, really excited to see the Durman building get a little refresh. If I remember from the paper, this is going to be a Holiday Inn Express. Is that still the case?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I think the only amendment that I would add, and I've been doing this recently, recently in downtown, as we're looking at the marketplace, limited service hotels are harming the rate, but because you guys are revamping a historic old building, and especially right there at Court and BB King, I'm very thrilled that you guys are taking on that endeavor. I'm sure as a development group and architects, everybody's really excited to get into it. So the only amendment that I would offer is if you guys change flags to an independent brand, that you come back for approval to that flag. What I don't want to have happen is that, and I don't think you will, honestly, based on the where you fall in that marketplace. I think it's going to work very well for you guys, for the developer and for the owners. But I would just offer that friendly. Hey, Brett, I would just offer that same friendly amendment on the flag.
Yes.
And the only reason isn't anything about your development group. What we've seen a few times here is that a flag will come our way, and then owners will switch. They'll either buy out their management agreement and pay the money, or they'll get deflagged, and it just starts to go down, down, and down. And what we don't want to do is allow a hotel in 10, 12 years, when they're required to put in, its PIP, they don't do it, and then it just starts to down cycle. And so we want the ability to revoke the special use permit and basically shut it down and let somebody else have a crack at it. But that's our only mechanism from a zoning standpoint. But I wish you absolutely all the best. I hope that, what's your position in the development group?
I'm a small partner, but
great.
More so Connect Design. I'm the architectural group that's doing the work.
I wish you the absolute best, and I hope that you spend the extra money, especially on the ground floor and in the facade. I think you'll be an integral part of continuing to connect the walkability. There's a big drop off at BB King and Court coming to the north, and so these things are really important. So again, I'm very excited. I normally wouldn't say that. No offense to the Holiday Inn Express brand, but I wish you the best of luck, and thanks for the reinvestment in such a cool property.
Thank you, Councilman Carlisle. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for wanting to reinvest. And here I am over here. Okay. Kind of short, you probably can't see. Thank you for wanting to reinvest in this historical site here in Memphis, especially on BB King, which means a lot to the city of Memphis. And hopefully, I think Councilman Carlisle said it. I think we can add some amendments to it. Can we add some amendments to some things that we wanted, to make sure ownership, because it seems to go from one person to the next person. I think it's the Holiday Inn Express that you're going to change it to, the Holiday Inn Express.
Yes, and that's been the flag proposed since the start of this project.
It's Holiday Inn Express?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Well, that's what I wanted to know. Is it Holiday Inn Express, and are you going to try to keep some of the historical things that are there that means a lot to the city of Memphis?
Yes, and there have been, we're working closely with the IHG team on the design and the approval process, and they have done Holiday Inn Expresses in historic buildings, particularly in Dallas and also in Boston. There's a historic building that's been converted to a Holiday Inn Express. This building in particular was a good candidate for this type of a project.
Okay. Well, thank you. I yield the floor. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Councilwoman Walker, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Have you spoken to the parking?
Yes, we have for this submission, but also for the pilot. So the ownership group also owns a garage that's immediately to the west of this, the Court Avenue garage.
Do you have an image of that?
I can point it out on a map. There is also some parking on site as well. And if we can go back, any of these maps will do. Oh, well, okay. Well, that's, okay, yeah, you can see it in the right image here across BB King. So to the west of BB King, there is a painted white parking garage immediately across the street. And so that'll be the parking garage for this development. That'll be the primary parking garage for this development. There is some on-site parking, including accessibility, handicap parking that will be there as well.
Is that the front or the back of the hotel?
We're looking at the back of the building.
So in the front, will there be the typical drive-through with the valet that you can access? Are you all building something like that out?
Correct, yes. And so there have been some updates to this curb here at the corner of Court and BB King. So we've made some traffic calming measures, including bumping out that curb that has gone through city engineering as well to shorten that distance of that crosswalk there. We have parallel parking on the street in front of the hotel, and so that area will be drop-off right immediately in front of the main entry, which is on BB King. And we're utilizing the historic canopy there you can see in that right image, and also in the left image in the middle of the building.
Okay, thank you. I yield the floor.
Thank you, Councilwoman Walker. This item was moved by Ford Sr., seconded by Swearingen Washington. Seeing no other members in the queue, Madam Comptroller, would you please prepare the voting screen?
Canale, yes. Carlisle, yes. Cooper Sutton, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Green, yes. Logan, yes. Spinoza, yes. Swearingen Washington, yes. Walker, yes. Warren, yes. White, yes. Chairman Smiley, yes.
Thank you. Madam Comptroller, this item passed. Madam Comptroller, could you please call item number 5? Nope. Yep, item number 5.
Item number 5 is a resolution pursuant to Chapter 9.6 of the Memphis and Shelby County Unified Development Code, approving a special use permit at the subject property located at 2491 Joy Lane. This resolution is sponsored by the Division of Planning and Development. It was held from March 19th. The case number is SUP 23-28.
Thank you, Madam Comptroller. Councilman Canale?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Colleagues, this item was heard in committee, received a favorable recommendation. With that, I move it to the floor. There were some amendments made by Councilwoman Easter Thomas and Councilwoman Swearingen Washington in committee. Brett, I want to make sure that we have those two cards.
Councilman Canale. I spoke with Councilwoman Swearingen Washington. I think that our condition regarding landscaping and parking resolves her concerns on that. We did discuss the short-term rental, and I spoke with Dr. Warren, Councilwoman Swearingen Washington, and Councilwoman Easter Thomas about those. And I think that the amendment that was added upstairs for no short-term rentals is agreed to.
100%, or was that 75% of?
100.
100%, Chair.
So we'll add
Very
that to
good.
the resolution before we forward it.
Okay. We do have 2 comment cards on this item. Amber Sherman.
My name is Amber Sherman. I live at 6070 North Belgrove Cove, Memphis, Tennessee. Y'all microphone is broke. It's not, okay, there we go. Memphis, Tennessee. I want to speak in opposition to this. I talked to several other council members upstairs in the committee meeting about why I was in opposition. As a resident of Orange Mound, there's a really bad housing crisis happening in Orange Mound where folks are asking for more equitable housing options. And so I don't think 80 studio homes is beneficial for families who need actual single family houses. And I really appreciated Councilwoman Cooper Sutton asking a lot of questions in the committee meeting that was pertaining to what communities have been saying in the different community meetings we've been having through the weekends with Brittany Thornton, about the Orange Mound community and a lot of the needs. And so I appreciate her bringing those up. I talked with Phyllis Finoza as well about how these short-term rentals are not a good idea. And so I appreciate y'all also adding in that there won't be any short-term rentals there because Airbnbs are also contributing to the housing crisis. And so I would ask that y'all don't approve this because I don't think that it's beneficial to that community that has it's a huge neighborhood and a lot of families who live there. And so they will benefit from actual homes, not studio apartments. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sherman. Richard Massey.
Good evening, Council. Richard Massey, 3615 Central Avenue. There is no point in holding a conversation about housing in Memphis without first talking about affordable housing. According to Housing and Urban Development, there are nearly 2 out of 3 Memphians that are in need of affordable housing. In fact, our housing stock is experiencing a shortage of upwards of 35,000 housing units. In the nation, folks, we have a crisis in our hands throughout the country, and it requires meaningful conversations around affordable housing access first. This development is planned meticulously at the heart of Memphis's housing crisis in the Orange Mound community. Community members have demanded for years that the city builds more affordable single and multifamily housing units. And here we are today discussing the development of 80 studio apartments that would largely serve as Airbnb rentals. Throughout the country, Airbnb has destroyed entire housing markets. Wealthy hosts swallow up entire blocks and subtract the supply of units at the expense of locals. This has partly resulted in the unprecedentedly high cost of rent that has upended Americans' lives throughout this country. If we want to get serious about fixing the housing crisis in Memphis, let's talk with developers about affordable single and family housing. Let's talk about down payment assistance in formerly redlined neighborhoods. Let's talk about weatherizing low-income housing units to meet the challenges of the climate crisis. Let's talk about fair zoning close to public transportation. Let's talk about treating housing as a human right and not as a gambling chip for big corporations. Let's do the right thing and place tenants at the center of the conversation, and not a company that has destroyed housing markets everywhere from LA to New York to New Orleans and even Billings, Montana. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Massey. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. When we were in committee, and I'm glad that we brought it down, it was an architect that was talking to us, not the actual somebody that can actually answer some questions that we had and that we were concerned about. And I just didn't feel that I got significant answers from an architect that could tell me what I really wanted to ask. And I just withdrew my questions because he was an architect. And once again, we're dealing with people who are out of town, out of state, coming to make these investments. Again, and 10 or 15 years, we're going to have to, it'll be hell trying to reach them if something goes wrong. And so I think this is just me. I would like to hold it. I mean, I want to see progress, but I would like to hold it until we can talk with the investors and actually find out a resume on what it looks like, how they have handled other properties in other cities if they've made other investments. We can't keep doing the same thing because things look good, and we need to really, really think about what we're doing. We can't keep eating the same soup over again and we wanting to see something different. I yield the floor.
So, Councilwoman, a point of information. Was it a request to hold? Were you moving to hold?
That was a request to hold.
Move the hold.
Move the hold.
Now you need, okay, so there's a motion for hold by Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, seconded by Councilman Spinoza. Doesn't appear to be any objection, so this item will be held for.
Can we hold it until till they can get in touch with the investors, or we can get some more questions answered and asked?
Yeah.
After budget.
It's 2 weeks? Can we do 2 weeks?
We're getting the budget.
No, budget. I can't
So
do
we're gonna
budget.
move it
I
to
wanna be
after budget.
focused.
What's the first meeting? First meeting after budget.
After budget.
Hold up. Can I hop in, Mr. Chairman?
While Brooks is looking for today, Councilman
If I could speak
Carlisle.
to the hold.
All right.
We're not fully into the budget next week. The mayor is going to present his budget, but I think what I hear my concern in all fairness, and I appreciate the comments. I really actually genuinely do. But I'd like to understand, I mean, if this is corporate work, like I was just leaning over, I could see an instance where when you see 50 studio apartments and you talk about workforce housing, where FedEx could sign a corporate lease for 25 of those to put pilots up. And I'm not saying it's best use. I'm just saying I could see the commercial viability, and they're cleaning up an older building at the corner of an interstate where the highest and best use is going to be limited, if we're just being frank. And I understand that there's a desire to see better for the community, but you have to take one step at a time. I think what I hear my colleagues saying, and I actually am interested too, is I'd like to vet and understand the equity and development group, what they do, who their property manager is, what their intent for design is. Today we got a little rushed, and I think over the next 2 weeks, and if the representatives here, so I think what I'd like to do is if you could get us set up either in the near term with your clients or at least a profile, we'd like to understand a little bit who's behind the project, what their typical, there are people that build to hold, build to flip, they're build to refinance into a REIT, like all those things, right? Right. And I think I kind of mentioned it earlier, and my colleagues are saying it now, which is this city's going to need outside investment. We want people to know that we're open for business, but what we're looking for are good partners that believe in the city the way we do. Right. And so we'd like the opportunity to meet with your clients, and it can be virtually, but I think we'd like the opportunity to figure out and talk to who's coming into the marketplace. We want to be appreciative of their interest, but we'd like to make sure that we are not, as I mentioned earlier, putting a product type out there that in 5 or 10 years is being cycled through the secondary and distressed asset market
You want
class.
some commitment, long-term commitment, and
if you want our commitment and our assent, we want to look your partners in the hand, shake their hand, and make sure that we're on the same page.
certainly. And they do have local staff here, but they're more management staff, apartment management, middle
I'd love to talk to
management
the managers, because those are the people responsible for the day-to-day operations on the ground, enforcing security, all those things. So
how soon could you get, I guess, the management in to come before this body?
I'm sorry?
Will you be able to get the management here at next meeting to come before this body?
Yes, next meeting, certainly. Next Tuesday.
All right, thank you. I know that, so I'm assuming the motion, the hold is for 2 weeks, but we do have a couple council members in the queue. Are you done, Councilman Carlisle? All right, Councilman Warren.
Yes, just a question, and I guess this is for DPD. Since this is a planned development and we can put stipulations on it, is there a way you put a stipulation on that if it's sold, someone from the local community has first right of refusal down the road? So, I mean, I think that was one of the things I heard from Councilwoman Cooper Sutter. She's worried that they just sell it and keep selling it to people from out of town. Is that something you can do in a planned development?
you would run afoul of state law and commerce. You can't obstruct commerce.
Okay,
in that
well,
way.
I don't know if it's obstructing or limiting, but that's why I asked the question. But you said we can't? Did our lawyers say that?
Yeah.
Attorney Wade to opine. I think
As opposed to Attorney Carlisle, do we have another attorney here?
Hey,
hold
Jeff,
on, hold on,
it's because
hold on.
But it's because we've done it.
Hold on.
You can't see me smiling.
This time. All right. So, Director / Attorney Zena, please opine.
I'm going to handle it, and Mr. Wade's going to correct me. He says, John Zena, Planning and Development. My suggestion would be if you want to put any sort of condition around ownership, that it would be that if it changes owners, period, that it come back for, before you, for, to be able to continue the special use permit. What do you think, Mr. Wade?
So Alan, so on the record, Attorney
Thank you.
Wade agreed with Attorney Tina. It may not ever happen again.
I also need to state for the record, I am not an attorney.
Oh, snap. That was Josh Whitehead. My bad.
Play one on TV.
All right. It is. Councilman Warren, are you done?
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you.
All right, Councilwoman
Thank you,
Walker.
Councilman Carlisle.
Councilwoman Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, my concern just surrounding a member of the management company being present, and so that has been addressed, and so I yield the floor. Thank you.
All right, so there's a motion on the floor by Cooper Sutton, seconded by Councilman Spinoza. It appears to be by acclamation. This item will be held until the next council meeting. Thank you. Madam Comptroller, could you please call item number 6? And can we clear the queue?
One moment, Mr. Chairman, I'm deleting item number 5. Okay, thank you. Item number 6 is a resolution pursuant to Chapter 9.6 of the Memphis and Shelby County Unified Development Code approving a special use permit at the subject property located at 391 Western Park Drive. This resolution is sponsored by the Division of Planning and Development. It was held from March 19th. The case number is SUP 23-36.
Thank you, Councilman Canales.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Colleagues, this item was heard in committee. It was held from February and both meetings in March. I believe the applicant was supposed to get with Councilman Ford Sr. I believe this is in his district. And with that, I move it to the floor, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Moved by Vice Chairman
They received no
Canales,
recommendation.
seconded by Councilwoman Green. I'm going to go to Councilman Ford. I know he wants to opine on this item. Councilman Ford, the floor is yours, sir.
I'd like to hold it one more time.
All right.
I need to get with a few people. I know Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, she may want to say something too. There's a dilemma. Some people want, some people don't. We just got to kind of figure some things out, okay?
Okay, so you want to hold it for how long?
2 more weeks, next meeting.
All right, so there's a motion to hold for 2 weeks. Is there a second to Councilman Ford's motion? Seconded by Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Councilwoman Walker, you're in the queue.
Yes, will there be EV chargers at this location? Is that part of the plan?
Yes, ma'am. Aaron Robinson, 254 Court Avenue, Suite 100, Memphis, Tennessee, 38103. Yes, ma'am. There will be a total of 3. We initially had 2, but it was requested if we can add 1 more. So yes, it'll be a total of 3 electric vehicle charging stations. In addition to that, we're also going to put solar panels.
Okay, and what brand would this be? Or
BP.
BP?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. I yield the floor.
Chair.
Thank you, Councilman Walker. Councilman Ford.
We may need to hold it till the first week in May. Yeah, first in May. The reason why there was supposed to have been another meeting, and the meeting was going to be at the library, and we need to change that anyway. That's what stop now. The meeting was in District 3. This project is District 6. So first of all, we're gonna have another meeting. The library, the lights were out. We could not meet, okay? And for the people that live in District 6, do not have a meeting in District 3. I got a problem with that one. Okay, so hey, we're gonna line it up, and if we have to hold it indefinite, that's good enough for me. Because we want to make everybody happy. I don't see a problem with that. Okay,
where you'll end up. But there's not only that one, there's another one that's coming up, and we got to make some decisions on that too, which is going to be at 3rd and Ford Road, and that ain't gonna work. Okay, I'm just telling you that now, so you can drop that one. Hey, I'm trying to deal with the one that's at Western Park, which should be. Yeah, because one thing about it, the other one in which y'all trying to put it all together, maybe y'all put it in District 3 to kind of eliminate me, but that ain't working. Okay? So we'll hold it afterwards. I think I have Councilwoman Cooper Sutton on the same page because, hey, all of us, but hey, we're trying to make everybody kind of a little happy, okay?
Okay, so the motion is to hold this item until May 7th, give the council members an opportunity to attend the public meeting. Moved by Ford Senior, seconded by Cooper Sutton. Is there anyone else?
And can I say one more thing?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I called the meeting for it, so I got to get this perfectly straight, and I hope Westwood's listening to me today. They got mad at me, talking about I didn't let them know, but I called the meeting. I wouldn't have called the meeting, they would have probably been billing right now. Okay, but I kind of called the meeting for the neighborhood, and that's why I want to give them that respect, okay? Appreciate you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Ford. I believe Dr. Warren is in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted us to possibly make sure we listen to the presentation that this group brings, because the person representing the owner, I take care of their grandfather, so I talked to him about this. And, you know, one of the things I said was we want to see more electric charging stations, and we want to see solar panels on roofs. And I said, can you bring us that type of information when you're bringing us redos on service stations in areas? And I think we're going to be happy when we hear what they have to say. So I want to see how the meeting goes, Councilman Ford. I think you're going to like it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. I invite you to that meeting, okay? So when we set this meeting up, I invite all the council members to that meeting. Y'all didn't show up to the other meeting that I ended up calling. And then I got talked about because I called the meeting. So, I mean, you know, they didn't talk bad to y'all, but they talked bad to me, and I called the meeting. Then when I get to the meeting, everybody want to talk crazy to me. You know, a certain group wanted to talk real crazy, but I don't care because, you know, I ain't gonna go there, but.
Well, I'm gonna do what I can to attend. I believe Ms. Hyman and Vala.
I will as well.
Be sure to get it on my calendar. We got your back. We got your back. We showing up.
What is?
Thank you, Councilman Ford. Thank you, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Is there any objections to holding this until May 7th so we can have another public meeting? No objections by acclamation. This item is held to May 7th. All right, Madam Comptroller, please call item number 7. I think we're on 7 at this point.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you, Vice Chairman.
Item number 7 is a zoning ordinance amending ordinance number 5367 of the Code of Ordinances, City of Memphis, Tennessee, adopted on August 10th, 2010 as amended, known as the Memphis and Shelby County Unified Development Code, to authorize a zoning use district reclassification of land municipally addressed as 3549, 3555, and 3561 Fuller Road from the residential single-family use district and including it in the employment use district. Up for third and final reading. This ordinance is sponsored by the Division of Planning and Development. It was held from March 19th. The case number is Z23-13. The ordinance number is 5890.
Councilman Canale.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Colleagues, this item was heard in committee and has been subsequently held 6 times after that. I believe that our colleague, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton and Mrs. Cindy Reeves have worked out an agreement. So, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to turn it over to Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. I have motioned and it has been properly seconded.
All right, moved by Councilman Canale, seconded by Councilman Carlisle. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. This has been a very long, but I think we have come to an agreement with the constituents. And Fleet and Fuller and Peter and Cindy has worked out a tremendous deal with the constituents, and I think everyone is happy. I was glad that I was the council person to bring you all together. And what I found out, we've learned a lot in this process. Communication is the key, understanding, and not giving up. And so I thank you for your patience and thank you for allowing me to represent my constituents and for you all to listen to them and to hear them. And thank you for the security that they're bringing to this community. They're building things. They have a partnership. They have a marriage. It's not a bad marriage right now. It was a bad marriage. And so now they are married, and we came to some good understanding. It took us from March. I wasn't here, but as soon as I found out it in January, I took it over. I went to the constituents. I talked to them. I wanted to make sure they understood what was happening, and I'll yield the floor.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Ms. Reeves.
Cindy Reeves, SR Consulting, 5909 Shelby Oaks Drive, Suite 200. Thank you so much, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. You've just been wonderful in helping us negotiate this, and we will never give up. We always want to be a good neighbor. We want to do good for the community, and we want to be proud of what we bring to the community. So.
I want to thank my analyst.
Yes, Melvin, you did a great job.
Great job. They don't get enough praise, but I want to praise, thank you, Melvin, and for working with Cindy and Peter and getting this work done.
We spent 2 hours out there yesterday, and everybody got to watch the eclipse, so it was a very good day.
All right, thank you. It's properly moved, properly second. Madam Comptroller, could you please spread the screen?
Council members, please cast your vote for item number 7. Canale, yes. Carlisle, yes. Cooper Sutton, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Logan, yes. Spinoza, yes. Swearingen, Washington, yes. Walker, yes. Warren, yes. White, yes. Chairman Smiley, yes.
This item passes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Treat my people good over there.
We will.
I'll come after you.
And just a word, if Ms. Cooper Sutton says she's going to do something, she's going to be on your front door.
Oh, that's great. Before we get into the consent agenda, Director Zena, could you come up and address 11? I know you told me to do something, but I don't remember. Could you tell us, number 11 was a hold for how long?
2 weeks.
2 weeks. Madam Comptroller, could we please note that item number 11, which is on the consent agenda, is held for 2 weeks?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you. And could you please, excluding 11, could you please call the consent agenda?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll start with number 8.
I'm just pull it away.
An ordinance to rename the Pine Hill Clubhouse in honor of Cleophas Hudson Sr. and Charles Hudson as the Cleophas and Charles Hudson Clubhouse in the city of Memphis. Up for first reading, ordinance number 5901 is sponsored by council members Swearingen, Washington, Ford Sr., Cooper Sutton, Green, and Logan. Item number 9 is up for second reading. Ordinance number 5900 is sponsored by the Memphis City Council. Item number 10 is a zoning ordinance amending ordinance number 5367 of the Code of Ordinances, City of Memphis, Tennessee. adopted on August 10th, 2010 as amended, known as the Memphis and Shelby County Unified Development Code, to authorize a zoning use district reclassification for land located on the southeast corner of Dexter Lane and Cordova Road, plus or minus 1,027.43 feet north of Macon Road, by taking the land out of the Conservation Agriculture Use District and including it in the Residential Single Family Use District. Up for first reading, this ordinance is sponsored by the Division of Planning and Development. The case number is Z24-01. The ordinance number is 5902. Item number 12 is up for second reading. This ordinance is sponsored by the Division of Planning and Development. The case number is Z24-02. The ordinance number is 5899. Item number 13 from Engineering, a resolution accepting public improvements for Memphis Union Mission Phase 2A and releasing bond held as security. There is a request for same night minutes. That contract number is CR-5388. And item number 14 is a resolution accepting public improvements for Lucky Self-Storage -325 G.E. Patterson Avenue and releasing bond as security. There's a request for same night minutes. This was held from 3/5. The contract number is CR-5412. And our final item
Madam
is...
Comptroller, before you get to item 15, could we remove item 15 from the consent agenda?
Yes.
Thank you.
That would conclude my consent agenda items.
All right. Any council members in the queue? He don't want to. Any council members in the queue regarding the consent agendas? All right, properly moved by Councilman Carlisle, seconded by Councilman Espinoza. All those, well, Madam Controller, could you prepare the screen?
Council members, please cast your vote for the consent agenda. Canale, yes. Carlisle, yes. Cooper Sutton, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Green, yes. Logan, yes. Spinoza, yes. Swearingen, Washington, yes. Walker, yes. Warren, yes. White, yes. Chairman Smiley, yes.
This item passes. Madam Comptroller, could you please call item number 15?
That would take us to item number 16, a resolution to ratify payment for
No, item 15.
15.
15.
I'm sorry. Item number 15 is a resolution approving an honorary street name change on Union Avenue Extended between Poplar and Union Avenue for the late Warren Stephen Canale. District 5, Super District 9. This resolution is sponsored by Councilman Spinoza.
Thank you, Madam Comptroller. Councilman Spinoza?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I recommend everybody approve this. It was going to be read on the consent with no fanfare. And I think we have some council members that want to be added as a sponsor.
I think every council member should be added as a sponsor. I don't think there's any objection to this particular item, except for one person. Everybody but one person. All right, okay. We know the one person.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Moved by Councilwoman Swearingen Washington, seconded by Councilman Spinoza. Madam Controller, could you please prepare the screen?
Canale recuse. Carlisle, yes. Cooper Sutton, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Green, yes. Logan, yes. Spinoza, yes. Swearingen, Washington, yes. Walker, yes. Warren,
This is a
yes.
beautiful thing.
White, yes. Chairman Smiley, yes.
It's a beautiful thing. This item passes. Madam Comptroller,
Yes, sir.
would you please call the MLGW physical consent agenda?
Item number 16 is a resolution to ratify payment for construction services on MLGW water distribution facilities to the Tennessee Department of Transportation, TDOT, in the funded amount of $589,666. Item number 17 is a resolution to ratify payment for construction services on MLGW gas distribution facilities to the Tennessee Department of Transportation, TDOT, in the funded amount of $306,730. Item number 18 is a resolution to ratify payment for construction services to electric distribution facilities to the Tennessee Department of Transportation, TDOT, in the funded amount of $1,902,689.05. Item number 19 is a resolution awarding a purchase order for backed up power generators to Common Sales and Service in the amount of $3,026,640. Item number 20 is a resolution awarding contract number 12491, North Service Center and Expansion Sites Environmental Site Investigation to InSafe, Inc., in the funded not to exceed amount of $500,000. Item number 21 is a resolution approving change number 3 to contract number 12238, electric substation construction and maintenance services with RMS Energy Company, LLC, to renew the current contract in the funded amount of $10 million. Item number 22 is a resolution approving contract number 3 to contract number 12238, electric substation construction and maintenance services with RMS Energy Company, LLC, to renew the current contract in the funded amount of $10 million. Item number 22 is a resolution approving contract number 3, contract number 12187, pole inspection with Osmos Utility Services Incorporated, to ratify and renew the current contract in the funded amount of $3 million. Item number 23 is a resolution approving change number 1 to contract number 12410 to on-call consulting services with Smith Seckman Reed Incorporated, to ratify and renew the current contract in the funded amount of $200,000. Item number 24 is a resolution awarding a purchase order for paper lead cable 500 kcmil to Universal Scaffold and Equipment in the funded amount of $720,603. Item number 25 is a resolution awarding contract number 12451 to Monochrome High-Speed Production Digital Printing Presses to Konica Minolta Business Solutions USA, Inc., in the funded amount of $588,336. Item number 26 is a resolution awarding contract number 12444, Palmer Filter Valve and Actuator Replacement to Chris Hill Construction Company, LLC, in the funded amount of $782,090. Item number 27 is a resolution approving payment of annual sewer discharge fee for the 2023 filter backwash discharge to City of Memphis Public Works Department in the amount of $598,643.50. Item number 28 is a resolution approving change number 3 to contract number 12188, gas leak survey with Heath Consultants, Inc., to ratify and renew the current contract in the funded amount of $1,466,397.70. Item number 29 is a resolution awarding purchase order to Engineered Ceiling Components, LLC, for Arm It Apatong Dead End 96 feet in the amount of $1,429,420. Item number 30 is a resolution approving ratification of purchase order number 7053566 to Lunny Cobb Ford for half-ton pickup trucks in the amount of $779,004. Item number 31 is a resolution approving change number 4 to contract number 12193, grounds maintenance and landscaping service with Rotolo Consultants, Incorporated, to ratify and renew the current contract in the funded amount of $20,848.14. Item number 32 is a resolution awarding purchase order to Wesco Distribution, Inc., in the amount of $792,000 for electric smart meters. There is a request for same night minutes. This was held from March 19th. Item number 33 is a resolution approving change number 2 to contract number 12333, high-speed color production digital printing press to Konica Minolta Business Solutions USA Incorporated, to ratify and extend purchase order number 7003484 under contract number 12333 in the funded amount of $81,132.48. There is a request for same night minutes, and this was held from March 19th. Item number 34 is a resolution approving change number 2 to contract number 12334, high-speed black and white production digital printing press to Konica Minolta Business Solutions, Inc., Incorporated, to ratify and extend purchase order number 7014995 under contract number 12334 in the funded amount of $143,075.86. There is a request for same night minutes, and this item was held from March 19th. Item number 35 is a resolution approving a change order number 1 to
Madam
contract
Comptroller.
number, sir.
Item number 35 was held.
I did not read it yet. You want me to hold up? I didn't read it yet, so do not read
Okay,
number
so no,
35.
item number 35 was held
Okay,
until April 23rd.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will go back to item number 34. Item number 34 is a resolution approving change number 2 to contract number 12334, high-speed black and white production digital printing press to Konica Minolta Business Solutions, Inc., Incorporated, to ratify and extend purchase order number 7014995 under contract number 12334 in the funded amount of $143,075.86. There is a request for same night minutes. It was held from March 19th. We'll go to number 36. Resolution approving change number 2 to contract number 12358, professional engineering services for water engineering to Barge Design Solutions, Inc., in the funded amount of $260,000. There is a request for same night minutes, and this was held from March 19th. Item number 37 is a resolution awarding contract number 12473, wireless FirstNet services to AT&T Mobility in the funded amount of $2,317,939.14. There is a request for same night minutes. This item was held from March 19th. Item number 38 is a resolution awarding contract number 12449, on-call boring to Memphis Road Boring Company, Inc., in the funded amount of $5,853,000. There is a request for same night minutes, This item was held from March 19th. Item number 39 is a resolution approving change number 2 to contract number 12286, MLGW Utility Payment Centers, to First Tech Incorporated in the funded amount of $211,520. There is a request for same night minutes. This item was also held from March 19th. Item number 40 is a resolution awarding a 36-month purchase order for ductile iron pipe to Infinity Supply LLC in the amount of $901,598.19. There is a request for same night minutes. This item was also held from March 19th. Item number 41 is a resolution approving change number 1 to contract number 12411 for on-call consulting services to Barge Design Solutions, Inc. in the funded amount of $300,000. There is a request for same night minutes. This item was held from March 19th. And our last item is 42, a resolution awarding contract number 12483 Survey Administration Solutions to Corn Ferry in the funded amount not to exceed $395,189. There's also a request for same night minutes, and this item was held from March 19th. Mr. Chairman, that concludes your MLGW fiscal consent items.
Thank you, Madam Comptroller. We do have an inquiry by Councilwoman Cooper Sutton as it relates to item number 32. With that, I will go to Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Thank you, Chairman. President, could you explain 32 and what this is about, please?
Yes, item number Doug McGowan, Memphis Light, Gas, and Water. Item number 32 is a purchase order for 5,280 electric meters. We have about 450,000 electric meters in our system. This is electric meters that are used for new construction homes, for renovation of homes, for any meters that fail to replace them. So we need an inventory of about 5,000 of those. We're running low on our current inventory. This will resupply us so we can put new meters on homes when they are built, put on buildings when they are renovated. And so it's just a part of replenishing our supply of meters.
Your mic, please.
Thank you. I was just kind of concerned with the issues we're having with smart meters, and we're still investing in them with the. I mean, you know, I went to the meeting. You showed us the parts. We want to make sure that we don't keep traveling down the same road and come back with the same issue. And so that's my concern. And you know, you and I talk, getting emails. Just got another email with a smart meter issue with estimating the bill. So just want to make sure that it's clear that we do not continue to travel down the same road, purchasing problems, putting them on new buildings, old buildings, whatever, because we are replacing the parts now. You showed us what the parts looks like. You showed us how it's getting stuck. So are we going to be going down the same road again?
No, ma'am, that's slightly different. This is electric meters, which are all solid state. We have not had any of the delayed billing issues because of the electric meters. They're solid state. The register that was frozen was on the gas meters, and the other register that was shorting out was on the water meters.
Okay.
And we are not procuring them with those same registers any longer. So this is the electric meter that we have not had the issues with the stuck registers. So these are all solid state.
Okay, just wanted to clarify and make sure, because we do not want to travel down the same road. Thank you, President.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
All right, we have a couple other questions. Councilwoman Walker, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What's the difference in the 2 meters?
I'm sorry, ma'am?
What's the difference in the 2 meters?
So we have, we have many different styles of meters. We have an electric meter, a gas meter, a water meter. Of those, we have different sizes of meters, whether they're industrial, depending on the size. But what I was referring to with Councilwoman Cooper Sutton was talking about was the difference between the electric meter and the gas and water meters and the registers that are on the front of those. On the gas meters, that is a physical register that was turning, that was getting stuck. And on the water meters, it was a liquid crystal display that was getting shorted out. Those are the 2 items that we are correcting now. The electric meter is all solid state and sits on the side of your home or on the side of your business. So it's just a different style of meter.
So the part that you showed us at the community meeting, that's the crystal
The part that I showed you at the community meeting is the mechanical register on the gas meter.
And that was getting wet.
That was getting stuck. Something was getting in there and causing it to stick, which was causing it to read, it wouldn't turn, causing it to read 0. So that's why we're getting the new part for that.
So it wasn't necessarily moisture, but something was penetrating.
On the gas meter, yes. On the water meter, they had a different style register that was a liquid crystal display. That was the one that's electronic inside the water meter that was getting moisture and causing that electronic circuit to short out.
And then this request here is for
Electric meters, which are on the side of your house, which we have not had those problems with.
Okay, thank you. I yield the floor.
Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman Walker. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Thank you. I thank you because the constituents need to understand what we're dealing with and the different functions of each meter. You have a smart meter for your water, right? And you have a smart meter for your gas and electric. That's right, okay?
Yes, ma'am. You have 3 separate utilities at your home. You have 3 separate meters, and they're all slightly different in form and function.
And so now we're replenishing a backlog. We're replenishing, we're making sure that we have some on hand. Is that correct?
The electric meters, that is
The electric
correct.
meters.
Yes.
All right. Thank you so kindly.
Yes,
Thank you.
All right, it appears that all hearts and minds are clear. All right, Madam Comptroller, could you please prepare the screen? We moved by Councilman Warren, seconded by Councilwoman Spurgeon Washington. Appears that all hearts and minds are clear. Now, Madam Comptroller, could you prepare the screen?
Canale, yes. Carlisle, yes. Cooper Sutton, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Green, yes. Logan, yes. Spinoza, yes. Swearingen, Washington, yes. Walker, yes. Warren, yes. White, yes. Chairman Smiley, yes.
Thank you, Madam Comptroller. This item is passed. We'll circle back, and we did not approve the previous meeting minutes. Vice Chairman Canale. Hold up, Attorney Wade, you're holding your mic like you want to buy.
Okay. On your minutes, there is.
Can you speak into the mic?
Am I on the mic?
There we go. Perfect.
There's some confusion about item 5, which is a resolution pursuant to Chapter 9.6 of the Memphis and Shelby County Unified Development Code approving plan development of subject property located at 1230 North Watkins Street. The last meeting, if you recall, we had no internet, and we kicked a whole bunch of things to tonight, and there was some confusion about what was being done with this item. It shows that it was withdrawn, but I've spoken with the applicant who indicated that they wanted it held, not withdrawn. So out of fairness to them and without prejudice to anybody that opposes it, I would suggest that we hold it until the first meeting in May and allow them to be present to present their case and have opposition to be able to have it heard at that time.
Okay.
So moved.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas is in the queue. Moved by Warren, seconded by, moved by Warren, seconded by Councilwoman Spurgeon Washington. Councilwoman Easter Thomas is in the queue. Councilwoman Easter Thomas, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. Can we get some more clarification on that reasoning?
Gotcha.
So is there someone from planning and zoning? Is there someone from the project who can speak to how a very I would say big mistake, was made by a very reputable applicant.
Attorney Wade, and then if Director Zena, who only plays a lawyer on TV, would like to speak. Attorney Wade.
I didn't get into the whys and hows. I just know we had a lot of confusion that day about our agenda because the internet was down and there was questions whether we were going to adjourn the meeting entirely, and we decided to take up some items and delay some items. I didn't talk to them that day. I was just told that's what the position was, but after the minutes came out, the applicant reached out to us and said that that's not what they asked for, and that's kind of what I just reported to you.
So I was told something different. And so I guess I'm just wondering where I wouldn't say miscommunication, I'm wondering where the lie is.
So Councilwoman Issa Thomas is seeking.
So help me out. How did it, if we talked a lot about when it initially came, how so many great projects are done by this applicant, including the same A2H architecture firm that was also on there. So it just behooves me that it was on the agenda before the March 19th council meeting. It was withheld from the agenda before the official agenda went out. So it was confirmed by however that process works, right? And then it was on there. We had council. We announced it in executive. We announced it at full council. It was printed. The agenda was sent out before we got here and the internet was down. So I don't think that that's a valid response because the internet had nothing to do with that because it was already out. So I'm just wondering where, I'm not saying it, I'm not pointing the finger on who's lying, but I'm just asking on where the lie is on how the mistake came about, because this stuff's not adding up. And I refuse to believe that those two applicants and everybody else as a part of that project is reputable and as meticulous and as smart and intelligent that they are, confuse the word withhold. I just can't. I wouldn't do that, and I'm nowhere near a developer. All I do is plant flowers in the backyard. So, but I know the difference between withhold and held just because I've been on council coming up this is year 5. These folks have been doing stuff, let them tell it, for decades. So I just want to know, I'm not saying who's a liar, but somebody's going to have to show their face and say something, because this doesn't add up and internet is not the reason.
There's multiple council members in the queue. Would y'all like further explanation from anyone else, or Director Zena, if you would like to jump in? You're not compelled or anything to jump in, but feel free. If not, I'm gonna go to the council members who are in the queue. All right, Councilwoman Issa Thomas just spoke. Councilwoman Logan, you're recognized.
Right. Well, that's what I wanted. Just from planning and zoning or from records or whoever, what actually happened. I'm not quite sure what we're doing or what the concern. I didn't hear all of what Attorney Wade said, but I want to know exactly what happened or is happening now, what's on the table. Director Zena?
I can start. John Zena, okay. Planning and Development.
Thank you, Director.
It did appear on the agenda for the March 19th meeting that the case was being withdrawn. That was the first that we were made aware. And so Mr. Ragsdale reached out to the applicant to confirm that they were withdrawing the application. They did respond in the affirmative. After the meeting on the 19th, so I should also add that the applicant has already begun work on the site without any permit whatsoever. And so they received a citation because of that. And so after the application was withdrawn, or so we thought, We had our zoning inspector revisit the site and inform them that they had 30 days to clean up the site. There was some confusion over whether or not they withdrew, whether or not they were allowed to do what they were doing. We had them come in the office the following Monday, and at that point, the applicant said, well, we didn't intend to withdraw, we just intended to hold. And my advice to them was that they needed to contact the city council office because it appeared on the agenda as a withdrawal.
So thank you, Director Zena. Councilwoman Logan, are you still in the queue? I'm coming.
You're saying that it was on there on record that they withdrew.
That's how it was printed on the city council's agenda.
You were saying, okay, but now, where are we now?
So I think what Director Zena just articulated to us, it was on the agenda as withdrawn. They had a meeting with the applicant. The applicant indicated their intent was not to withdraw, their intent was to hold. And that's where we are now.
Okay. Well, why was there a meeting with the applicant, Director Zena?
What he just stated was they had a meeting with the applicant because they were already doing work on the site. They received a citation. They came in to discuss the citation, and this is where we are.
Well, wait a minute.
May I add, too, that it wasn't just the citation. The site is zoned light industrial, EMP. So the property owner still has rights under that zoning to be able to conduct some limited activities. And so the purpose of the meeting was to discuss how we move forward given the withdrawal, but also given the citation, but the fact that they have rights under the EMP zoning. But again, at that time, it was when they articulated that it was not their intent to withdraw, but rather to request a hold. And I believe the words that they used when they responded to the affirmative, in the affirmative to us, was, yes, we'd like this taken off the agenda, which is neither a withdrawal nor a hold, I suppose, but taken off the agenda.
And that's your clarification too, when you all wanted to confirm if they were withdrawing, you're saying their affirmative response was they wanted it taken off of the agenda?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
All right, so still a lot of inquiring minds. I think Attorney Wade wants to speak, but there's council members in the queue. Would council members like to speak, or you would like to hear from Attorney Wade first?
Yeah, Councilwoman Logan asked the question, where are we? Where we are is we have never acted on this application. And that's why I suggested that put it back on, tee it up, let the people know.
You said tee it up, huh? Okay. All right.
Give them the opportunity to present, give the opposition to present, opportunity to present, and let's have a decision one way or the other.
So let me ask you this question. So, Director Zena, what's your recommendation for this body? I'm coming in. Okay, I'm putting you in a hot seat. All right. So, Councilwoman Logan. Okay, Councilwoman Logan.
Recommendation is to take the advice of your attorney.
Okay. There's no advice. Councilwoman Logan is still in the queue. Councilwoman Logan is still in the queue. Then we have a point of information by Councilwoman Carlisle.
I was just given the record from the March 19th, and it says a request has been made to withdraw this public hearing item. And so what makes that official?
So that's where I was going.
Okay, so the point of...
That your minutes make that official? Okay.
No, but hold on. This is the point.
Councilman Carlisle. So, Councilwoman Logan, are you done? Because we have a point of information from Councilman
I'm
Carlisle.
just waiting to hear.
Okay, point of information response to
Councilwoman
Councilwoman
question
Logan.
that is germane to what you're saying is there a written record or anything on the record, a document that can be, because honestly, this is something we need to clarify going forward. What has happened since I've been here in most instances is either a representative will walk to that podium and acknowledge on recorded record their intent, or there is a document that is produced, email or a memo that says, this is our intent, prior to the agenda being printed. If someone got a phone call or someone got a sidebar conversation, just because it got put on here, if we can't produce any record prior to this agenda being printed that the applicant's intent was to withdraw, then it's on us. That's the kicker. Like but that's the thing is they could go to court tomorrow and say, show me the record that says we withdrew our application. We wouldn't be able to produce it, and the Chancery Court would overturn this decision. Like, so my point is that going forward, this is to all of us, staff included, that if someone's has an intent to withdraw, they've got to come do it on the record or via letterhead or some official document that we can reproduce, because this is going to open us up to litigation. And so, do we have that document?
So let me jump in here, Councilman, because this is going to be a very heated discussion. I understand why. As I understand it, the applicant is also seeking to do more work. It's seeking to do something different than initially came before this body. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Is there a mechanism for this body to just send it to land use control board?
There is. The council can vote to remand any case back to the land use control board.
So the council can vote to remand it back to land use control board. Does it come to before office then?
Our office is the administrative body.
Just opine on it.
I'm sorry?
You just make opinions about what you believe is best.
Right, yes. Okay. But we would manage the case through land use control board back up to city council.
All right. And okay. I will ask some other clarifying questions later. We still have council members in the queue. Councilwoman Logan, I think you're done. Oh, and sorry, Councilman Carla, I did interrupt you.
That's the linchpin of whether or not it was withdrawn or not. Do we have a written document prior to the meeting that instructed staff in our office or in council records to write, this has been withdrawn? If we don't, then
it did not.
That's what I'm trying to find out.
Office, which is why we reached out, seeing it on the agenda printed the way that it was, to seek confirmation.
Prior to the meeting?
Yes, prior to the meeting.
Councilwoman, I've got the floor.
Yes, prior to the meeting, we reached out to them after we saw printed on the agenda that the applicant had made the request to withdraw. We reached out to confirm, is that the case? Like I said, they responded in the affirmative, but their choice of wording was to remove from the agenda. And I will look up the email now so I can read it verbatim. It sounds like that might be important.
And so to counsel, to Attorney Wade's point, now the language is ambiguous on the intent.
Excuse me, council members, this body's going to have to make a decision. I know Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, are you in the queue on this one, or was you in the queue from the last one? Because if so, I'm going to... No, we are, but we're discussing the meeting minutes from the previous meeting, which we yet to ratify. Hold on. Can you speak into the mic, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton?
Yes, Chairman, I'm so sorry. How did it get on our agenda as being withdrawn? Is that the part we're trying to figure out? I mean, the minutes. I'm sorry. Forgive me. The minutes. It's not on the minutes.
So
point of information. Okay. Where did the word come from? Where is this coming from?
I get. So what we've heard today is that the intent is ambiguous because the request was it to be removed from the agenda, whether that's a hold or whether that's a withdrawal. Those are two different things. Since it's ambiguous, we don't know the true intent of the parties. Ambiguous. That's one thing.
And so we're going to have to take what Attorney Wade what his action says, or he has advised us what we needed to do. And are we going to take his actions on what needs to be done? Or, because if we keep just going around in circles, nobody's going to hold themselves accountable or liable where this came from. So this is where I'm just saying, we're wasting time. Either we're going to do it or we're not. If there's going to be an accountability, say it. And if you're not, because nobody's holding themselves accountable for making for doing this, and it's on the agenda. Did you say you had an email?
Yes.
So you have an email stating that?
The email that we received, Brett asked the question. What he quoted was what was printed on the agenda, that there was a request to withdraw the item. So he sent that and said, is this accurate? And their response was that they requested to remove the item from the agenda.
Oh, so we do have.
They didn't say.
So we do have an email. Okay, so which just says remove from the email, which is ambiguous. Okay.
Remove from the agenda.
Okay. Oh, wait.
That's not what you said 3 minutes ago,
How do we
Director
call them to
Zena. You
vote?
said they responded in the affirmative.
Cancel.
So which one
yes.
is it? Did they respond in an affirmative that they withdrew, or did they respond that they wanted it held? Because that's what they're talking about right now.
No, I understand. I'm sorry. What I meant to suggest is that their response was affirmative, that they made an ask. The word that they used was removed from the agenda.
What does that mean? What do you take that to mean?
I suppose that is the question before you all now.
I don't believe these
Is
folks
whether
make
that-
mistakes like that.
Mr. Chair.
So you're going to bring the email, John, Director?
Hold on, y'all.
Let's just
We
do
have a
what
lot of
Wade said.
we have a lot of chatter going back and forth. At some point, this body's going to have to make a decision. Hopefully, we get to council, but one person at a time. If the chairman does not recognize you, please do not outburst, because I will mute your mics. Attorney Wade, chime in one more time. We still have council members in the queue, and if you're not in the queue, my apologies for failing to remove you. Attorney Wade, and then I'm gonna go to the council members, and then.
Okay, let me just say this. This is not the first case that we've had like this. And what happens is if you go to court on something like this, the court is always gonna be inclined to do what will allow the party to have an opportunity to present their case. That's where they're gonna default to. They would remand it back here, you would get to the same point, and it seems to me that nobody's been prejudiced because we hadn't heard it. We hadn't made a decision. So what I suggest is to put it back on the table, let it be heard, and make a decision, kill it or let it go.
All right, so I have one follow-up. If you're not being recognized, I haven't recognized you. My one follow-up question, then we're gonna go. I guess I need, Dr. Moore, you still in the queue? I'm about to remove you. All right, so we're out of order. So my one follow-up question is this. If they're requesting to do something different than what was previously considered by this body prior to being withheld, withdrawn, or whatever, or taken off the agenda, is there anything else we need to do if they're potentially asking to do something more?
No.
We can still consider it.
What you would be voting on, what would be before you is what's before you.
Okay.
All right, and then, at that point in time, if they want to drop it, they want to withdraw it, they want to amend it, whatever, that's when you have that discussion. But I would prefer, if I'm defending what you do, is to have a full record.
What do you mean if you defend it?
Some ambiguous nonsense and try to defend that in court, because it's going to be sent right back over here and told to do what will allow the applicant to have their day in court, and then we can go from there.
Okay, all right, so we have 3 more council members in the queue. Councilwoman White, I think you were attempting to speak. Are you in line? Or you just was speaking out of turn?
Are you recognizing me, Chairman? Am I recognized?
Okay, so we're gonna go to Dr. Warren, then I'm gonna follow the queue on the screen. Dr. Warren, you're in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question that relates to what they can do by right now on their property. What things can they do by right on their property based on their current coding? So that I think we need to know what that is as we're looking, and I need to know what things they're planning on doing, and then what they were doing that they weren't supposed to that they got fined for.
John Zena, Planning and Development. Let me start with your last question.
What were they doing?
What were they doing that they weren't supposed to be doing? Any of it. They didn't have any permit to occupy the site. They didn't have a building permit, any of that. So they began to move material onto the site. They had a structure that they've put up. None of that is supposed to have happened.
So
without
although
any
they
sort
have
of permit.
they have the right to do that, they have to apply for the permit.
Absolutely.
So
Yes.
what they did is they moved in and did business without obtaining a permit.
Without a permit, that's
Do
correct.
people do that commonly in our properties?
Unfortunately, that does happen commonly, but the process is the same. We cite them for work without a permit, and then it typically is either just corrected, the violation is corrected, or they would
So the normal
come
state of
before you or
affairs-
go to environmental court.
The normal state of affairs is if they do this, we catch them, we give them a ticket, they come and they pay the fine, and then they apply for the permits. They're automatically given.
It's not a fine, and oftentimes they're doing work that they're not allowed to do anyway. So I'll give you a great example. A type of a case that we deal with a lot is illegal car repair, illegal auto sales in areas where there's, not only do they not have a permit, but they're doing it in an area where there's not the zoning.
But right
for it.
now, what?
We had a case, People's First in District 1, where they started having auto sales. They were stopped, came in and asked for a special use permit, were denied. We went to court, and we're going to Jackson now, but that's what he's saying. That's what happened.
Okay, so on this particular thing, what were they doing actually that, they built a building? What else were they doing?
They've moved in, they've got machinery, they've moved in, equipment and machinery, and then they have essentially log storage that they've began to stack up on the site.
So they have log storage.
Yeah, right. The downed trees that they're.
Okay. Are they
ultimately
by right allowed to store logs on
they
that
can
property?
store it, yes, but again, they need a permit to be able to initiate that activity.
Okay, but legally, we can't deny them the permit to store logs. Is that correct, based on their current?
All right, okay.
Okay,
All right.
so I think we need to know what they've got, okay? So
Thank you.
I got a couple more.
So we're having this long, drawn out discussion.
Yeah, but we always stop me.
Okay, I'm not trying to stop you, Doc. You're fair. You did save my life. So I would like for you to finish, but after you finish, I would like to just we decide a date certain, and you just dispose of the matter. Just dispose of it. Dr. Warren, go ahead and finish because you're fair.
Yeah,
You're right.
excuse me. I just think that it's important that we understand what these people can do right now if we do nothing. And we haven't heard that yet, and I thought we needed to hear it. And I appreciate you giving me the leeway. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Warren. Councilwoman Lisa Thomas, you've already spoke. Dr. Warren, I'm gonna move you out the queue. But Councilwoman White. Councilwoman White, I'm coming to you next.
I was just going to make a motion that we remove it from the minutes and that we go ahead and put it on the next meeting's agenda so that there's an opportunity for them to come and be heard.
So it's been moved by Councilwoman Janika White, seconded by who? Seconded by, yes, but we never gave it a date certain. Seconded by Councilman Warren. There's an objection by Councilwoman Lisa Thomas, but Councilwoman Lisa Thomas is also in the queue. Councilwoman Lisa Thomas, and then we're gonna take a vote on the motion to place it on the next meeting agenda.
Thank you, Chair. Clarification on the motion. What is being placed on the next meeting? What is the motion to be placed? Is the motion to approve the minutes of where they withdrew? Is the motion to vote on the matter? What's that for you talking about next meeting, John?
If I can clarify the motion by the Honorable Councilwoman for Super District 8, her motion is for us to place this particular item on the agenda for us, this body, to take a decisive vote, if I understand it. Because there is no date. We have to give it a date certain to be heard.
Okay, so my object is still to that. But what I was going to comment was that it was a lot of things said. We have, I guess my question still stands of that wasn't answered. Yes, I heard that there may have been some precedent of this, but there are other folks who've withdrawn projects too, who might say, yeah, I made a mistake too. Can I come back? We have the knowledge that development works in a way that if you submit the plan development and you withdraw, you can't come back for another 5 years. It has been said that the applicant was also on the news saying that the item has been withdrawn. That still does not sound like internet made the mistake. It doesn't sound like there was any ambiguity in communication. It sounds like we're trying to make a way for something that the community has staunchly said that they do not want. And it's very disappointing, rather, to make accommodations consistently and constantly for things that the community has said they do not want. And for it finally on March 19th to come to where it was withdrawn, I just find it hard to believe that that was not intentional by the applicant. The agenda was put out in the same timely manner that it always is. They look at the agenda, always. They have consistent projects, always. They do development. They have a staff of dozens of people that are very literate and astute. And I find it hard that a project, now all of a sudden, we have to make a vote on because there was ambiguity on how the withdrawal was made. So I don't know if that end is on, maybe they talked to somebody on the council and that got turned into putting that on the agenda. But if Director Zena is saying that they didn't know, even though they got an affirmative email, it just seems like we're doing a whole lot for something that folks said they don't want. So I've already objected to the motion. I don't see a reason why we need that motion, even with after all the conversation we've had. But if we have that, I still implore council members to listen to your constituents and to the neighbors who have been saying what they do not want. And being able to find a way to finesse a way to push this forward is very disrespectful to the people who voted us in. So I object to the motion. Go ahead to the vote. I'll stop talking. But this is, it don't look good. And it don't sound right. But I'm done. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilwoman Issa Thomas. The item's been properly motioned and second. Madam Comptroller, could you please prepare the screen? I guess special
Point of
item
clarification on the vote. I'm still confused as to what mean. If you don't want it, what do you vote,
okay,
yay or
so
nay?
let me clarify the motion. The motion that's that Councilwoman Janika White just made was for us to give this item a date certain, so that this body can take an action that's ultimately dispositive as it relates to this particular item. That's one thing. What Attorney Wade just opined is if our rights, their rights may be prejudiced if we don't give them opportunity to be heard. That's where we are. So if Councilwoman Issa Thomas objected to this particular item because she's just saying she doesn't support anything related to this, that's where we are. So we have one objection. We have, okay, Attorney Wade wants to opine one more time, and then we got to take an action.
One thing that was omitted from her motion was to remove it from the minutes and then give it a date certain.
To what now?
That's what she said. Okay.
I'm speaking to the mic.
I just wanted to say for the constituents who are here, my motion is not saying that we are for or against, and it's not a special accommodation. It's simply that we don't have anything to be able to say that it was withdrawn right now. And so we need to allow the opportunity for it to be heard before us, and then we'll take a vote. And so that's the motion.
All right, so the motion's properly moved by Councilwoman White, seconded by, I believe, Councilwoman Swearingen Washington. Madam Comptroller, could you please prepare the screen?
No is what? Yes is what?
No, yes. Just leaving it where it is. A yes is giving the date certain so we can take a real vote.
Oh.
I will tell you this, we're gonna clean this process up, so this does not happen again. We're gonna take the ambiguity right out of this thing.
For sure.
Yeah, because I don't want them Carlisle people coming back saying nothing.
We took.
Here's the vote. Canale, yes. Carlisle, yes. Easter Thomas, no. Ford, yes. Green,
When you
yes.
gavel, come back.
Logan, no. Spinoza, yes. Swearingen, Washington, yes. Walker, yes. Warren, yes. White, yes. Chairman Smiley, yes.
Cooper Sutton is waving her hand. She wants to vote.
For Sutton is voting yes on this note. No, please show us voting N-O. N-O, no. On special item number 1. Okay. One moment, please. Mr. Chairman, can you direct me?
So we have 4 no votes,
Pardon me?
4 no votes, 9 yes votes.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, this item passes. This item will be heard at the next council meeting. And I don't even know where we are at this point. Oh, Councilman Canale, I believe you read the meeting minutes from the March 19th.
I did, Mr. Chairman. I've read them several times now. And except for item number 5, I find the meeting minutes from March 19th to be in order, and I move for their adoption.
Moved by Councilman Canale, seconded by Councilman Spinoza. Madam Comptroller.
One moment, Mr. Chairman.
Then it's a minute.
One moment, Mr. Chairman. I'm getting back to the start of the meeting for the minutes. Okay, we can electronically move the approval. Moved by Warren. Warren has moved it, and Spinoza has seconded in the system. And I'm ready, Mr. Chairman, for the vote.
Excuse me, you need to go see our Sergeant at Arms.
I've given a card.
I don't have a card. Go see Sergeant at Arms. Thank you.
Council members, please cast your vote for the minutes. All right. Here's the vote. Canale, yes. Cooper Sutton, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Green, yes. Logan, yes. Spinoza, yes. Swearingen, Washington, yes. Walker, yes. Warren, yes. White, yes. Chairman Smiley, yes. And also show Councilmember Carlisle as voting yes.
This item passes. We're on item 43 now. We're on item 43 now. 43. Madam Comptroller, could you please call item number 43? And council members, could we please keep it down, son?
Item number 43 is an ordinance to amend the Code of Ordinances of the City of Memphis pertaining to contracts and salaries of the Memphis Light, Gas, and Water Division to decrease the limits of contracts and salaries or compensation for employees or others requiring City Council approval of for third and final reading, ordinance number 5897, is sponsored by Chairman Smiley, Councilwomen Green, Logan, Swearingen, Washington, and Walker.
Thank you, Madam Comptroller. Councilman, not Spinoza, Councilman, he's not up here, so Councilman Canale. Where's he at? Well, Councilwoman Green, since Councilman Spinoza is, don't worry about it. Councilwoman Green.
Sorry, I'm having a hard time with my microphone too.
Committee met, recommended approval.
Yes, the committee met and recommended approval, and this is our third reading.
Mm-hmm. All right, so moved by Councilwoman Green, seconded by Councilman Spinoza. Thank you. So this is the third reading of the ordinances as it relates to MLGWs pertaining to contracts and salaries of the MLGW. We have two comment cards. Before I go to the comment cards, this ordinance has been considered before this body for quite some time, particularly as it relates to, oversight and of the MLGW's contracts and salaries. The previous ordinance had, as it relates to the previous ordinance had, as it relates to salaries, a threshold of $90,000 before it would have to come to this council. In concert with hearing feedback from MLGW, we agreed to raise that threshold to $100,000. And as it relates to contracts, which was in the previous ordinance, the current ordinance, instead of saying $100,000, we agreed to raise that one to $150,000. So let me go to it again. So as it relates to salaries, the previous ordinance had $90,000. We raised that threshold to $120,000. As it relates to contracts, the previous threshold in the current ordinance had $100,000. We agreed to raise that threshold to $150,000. There's also a provision in Section 5 that says, I'm going to read Section 5 because I think it's pertinent. As Ms. Hyman passed out the ordinance, the amendments to the ordinance. This ordinance shall take effect from and after the day it shall have been passed by the city council, signed by the chairman of the council, certified and delivered to the office of the mayor in writing by the comptroller, become effective as otherwise provided by law, and shall continue in full force and effect for 6 months. And be reviewed by the council on the second meeting in October 2024. So what that allows this body to do is essentially implement the oversight ordinance as relates to MLGW for a period of 6 months. But during that 6 month period, what I would be asking from some of the co-sponsors of this particular piece of legislation is to work with, I almost said chief again, President McGowan and his team to work out a process that is both fair to MLGW, but provides more information to the public. I think I said a number of times that there's been several groups that talked about some of the inefficiencies of MLGW, the lack of information. Not to say that the MLGW board does not do their job, but to say that more people pay attention to what happens before this body. So I would hope that Councilwoman Green, Councilman Spinoza, Councilwoman Walker, and any others who want to get with President McGowan to work out a better process, a better way forward as we look to reshape how we are handling the MLGW consent agenda, or as we deal with any other items that MLGW has before this body. So you all have a lot of work to do between now and the second meeting in October, so that we can have a process that is fair to MLGW, but also provides the oversight and transparency that our constituents want us to do. I think you all have a copy of the amended ordinance. I just want to thank Councilman Spinoza for pushing back, Councilwoman Green for pushing back, and Councilwoman Logan for telling me I don't know what I'm talking about from time to time, and also for President McGowan for fighting for MLGW. With that, I'm out the queue, and I see there's multiple people in the queue talked about this particular piece of legislation. Councilwoman Green.
Thank you, Chair. I want to thank President McGowan, too, especially the report that we received today in committee is exactly the sort of information and transparency and dialogue I think a lot of us have been searching for. And you know, I know on your end, you've been searching for some parameters. Please, let's just set some parameters. And so I think this is a good give and take that we have come to at this point. And we're going to continue to evaluate it and assess what the right levels are. This ordinance, I believe, as set out right now, gives us the ability to meet in committee and get our questions answered in a public forum, and also has it put on the committee agenda so that the public can respond back to us and give us comment. We know that this is, it's not a business, it is a public entity, and it is a monopoly. And so we have to continue to hold the public's trust by making sure that we are spending the ratepayers' money effectively. And I think that's what we'll be able to do through this process. So I am grateful for everybody that has highlighted that we want more transparency, we want more accountability. It's what I've heard from my constituents. And I'm thankful for the folks at MLGW who have helped us work through and get to this point and will continue to work with us. That's all, Chair.
Thank you, Councilwoman Green. Councilman Carlisle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have one just clarifying question. So on basically what is a review kind of sunset provision, if in that time period leading up to this to the review date, the second meeting of October 24, will we need a separate standalone ordinance to make those changes? I guess so. When do you want to start the? I mean, I guess this one's completed because if we do something different and okay. So we're good. And thank you. And then just look, I think compromise is a good thing. I express my frustration because I know that you can't bind a future body, and this is where this body wants to go, and you have to respect that. You know, we spent a lot of time working on it, and that's fine. I do want to give credit though, because it was Councilwoman Logan said kind of on the cuff at the end of that committee meeting, you know, I wish there was a way that we could to create these lanes and avenues to where certain things that are ongoing business at MLGW, like the procurement of light posts, can continue and they can run efficiently, because the impact of that could be just the ratepayers themselves absorbing contract increases, et cetera. But allowing the council and the public, to what Councilwoman Green said and Chairman Smiley, the opportunity to feel like there's accountability and transparency, and especially in the right levers. So what I hope comes out of this is something that we've never really done before that could be beneficial both to the business of the actual entity and to the public as a whole. So I really look forward to the next 6 months. I think that's a great amount of time to evaluate it, because I know it's going to require a lot of communication and conversation, and I look forward to it. So, thanks to the council and the sponsors. I actually really, really appreciate it. I yield the floor.
Thank you, Councilman Carlisle. Councilman Spinoza. Good luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Now, I appreciate the work everybody did here. I'm excited about this too. So just to clarify, is the expectation, my understanding, that Councilwoman Green and myself and Councilwoman Walker, Vice Chair, work with President McGowan on all of this in between meetings and kind of help mold this?
So, we don't want to create a task force. We want the work to be done as efficiently as possible.
Yes.
And y'all have been spearheading a lot of the conversations.
Yes.
So I believe it's, why don't y'all continue the work that y'all already been doing? Y'all have really good relationships with President McGowan. I believe y'all get it done efficiently and in a manner that this body will ultimately see fit to approve.
So Walker, Green, Spinoza, that sounds pretty awesome. And done.
A lot of work. And you can't forget MLGW, because it can't work. I think, are you still in the queue?
We're good. Thank you, Mr. Chair. No.
All right. It appears that all hearts and minds are clear. Madam Comptroller, could you please prepare the screen for a vote? Oh, sorry. My bad, y'all. Thank you for catching me. My apologies. We have at least 2 comment cards. Ms. Amber Sherman. Well, I mean, unless you want Mr. Kent, since he's already up here to come. Come on, Joe. Mr. Kent.
Joe Kent, 5111 Flamingo. I'm opposed to this resolution for our $2 billion public industrial engineering firm, and I believe it is in agreement with MLGW administration. The reason is that you rarely pull items from the consent agenda of over $250,000 when we had 27 on the agenda today. I see this as theater.
Hey, Mr. Kent.
At the same time,
this is item number 43.
Your chairman elects to not leverage local grassroots public.
This is item number 43. Are you speaking on item number 43?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, wait a second. Why are you cutting me off?
Hold on.
2 minutes.
Hold on.
Why are you cutting me off?
I asked the question. I'm going to cut your mic back on. Please answer.
I've got a lot of things to say about MLGW. I'm using it this time to do it, so don't cut me off. I need 2 minutes.
Joe, he was trying to ask you a question and you wouldn't respond.
No, he's cutting my mic off.
Yes,
So,
because he
Mr.
asked you a question.
You asked me questions at the end of my comment. Look,
This is what we're not going to do. I asked the question. All I would like is a response. You're not going to talk at me. You're not going to demean me. I address you as Mr. Kent. That's all I ask. You answered my question. We're going to put 1:42 seconds on the clock, and you can continue with your comments.
At the same time.
I get the mic back on. Mr. Kent, go ahead.
At the same time, that your chairman elects to not leverage local grassroots public expertise in recognizing public comment before the consent agenda is considered, that is on the chairman and this council. I do understand that MLG&W Capital Improvements is a tough and imperfect job. Like, for example, tree trimmers working with saws at midnight last night outside my home during sleep hours. I'm not complaining. It's a tough, imperfect challenge. What I do not understand is the lack of MLGW financial transparency after a 12% rate increase. You have yet to see the end of year 2023 monthly December financials. Dana Jeans has testified to that they're kept up to date by the day. The published version should be available to you 30 days from the month end close, and you should have December, January, and February by now. You haven't seen any of those. There's no financial transparency. I'm opposed to Doug McGowan's appointment, not because he did not have formal industry experience, but because he did not practice transparency with the Riverfront Steering Committee. John Butler of the Agri Center was appointed. The Agri Center doesn't do practice transparency. And I do not understand why MLGW did not have representation at the Tennessee General Assembly on House Bill 34 on the Landlord-Tenant Act that was supported by the city, county, and supported by MLG&W. And finally, I do not understand why Ursula Madden couldn't get the news out related to the Landlord-Tenant Act, and why you don't have any partnership with the suburban communities on landlord-tenant, which or MLGW doesn't have any support on clean water from Kevin Vaughn. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kent. Always good to see you. I will tell you to come back, but we know you will be. Ms. Amber Sherman, come on down. And then after Miss Amber Sherman, Mr. Aaron Lewis, could you go ahead and make your way closer?
My name is Amber Sherman. My address is 6070 North Bell Grove Cove, Memphis, Tennessee 31115. Although y'all usually tend to sell out and side with developers like we just saw previously, I was really glad to see that y'all are pushing an ordinance that would actually add some oversight to MLGW. So I do support the ordinance, but I don't think that you should have compromised. I do think that 90,000 and 100,000 was not too much. And that as I sit in these meetings, every other Tuesday, y'all give a lot of money to MLGW in this consent agenda. And there's no discussion around it. We're not able to speak out against it. And so I think that having some oversight that had lower numbers actually will benefit the community more, because we've been coming to the meetings and y'all have seen folks talking on Facebook and the internet about how MLGW has horrible service and we aren't receiving the type of service that we're being charged for, or we're being overcharged. But once again, at these meetings, y'all give them millions and millions of dollars. And so I just appreciate y'all actually putting towards some legislation like this, but I really think that it should be a lower number and there should be even more oversight.
Thank you, Ms. Sherman. Always good to see you. I think my comments to Mr. Kerr also applies to you. I would tell you to come back, but we know you will. Mr. Lewis, how you doing, sir? Hey, you've been here before, so you know how it goes.
Yes, sir. My name is Aaron Lewis. I live at 3820 Churchill School, Memphis, Tennessee, 38128. So I appreciate oversight of such a critical entity in our county. And I want to encourage this type of continued transparency. But also, I'd like to speak to specifically what I think that could look like for Memphis Light, Gas, and Water with a minute and 30 seconds.
Go ahead.
I don't think MLGW is the enemy of the people so much as Tennessee Valley Authority. In many ways, I view MLGW as a brand of the TVA, a face. And I've done business with federal quasi-governmental monopolies before, and they are ruthless. I get that. And as just a strategy, a business strategy, I'd like for this body to begin to consider what it might look like to drive competitive rivalry with public utilities if we considered that final mile delivery of utility service and what it might look like to privatize that leg of the supply chain. Not privatizing MLGW in its entirety, but at minimum and strategically and community-wise, to privatize that final mile. That's what the United States Postal Service has been doing. And there's gonna be an unlocking of a lot of resources that the Biden administration is coming down with the infrastructure money that developers in utility and infrastructure space can really leverage so that our municipality can have a better shot. Again, my name is Aaron Lewis. I'm an engineer, have an engineering background, land development background. And that's what I really like for my people in my city.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. It sounds like Chief McGowan, you might have someone who's ready, willing, and able to help MLGW. All right. Appears that all hearts and minds are clear. I didn't miss any more, and I don't have any other cards. Do we have any other coming cards on item number 43? All right, so no coming cards on item number 43. Madam Comptroller, could you please prepare the screen?
And thank you.
Cast your vote. Great.
Canali, no.
I guess I don't have much influence.
Cooper Sutton, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Green, yes. Logan, yes. Spinoza, yes. Swearingen Washington, yes. Walker, yes. Warren abstained. White, yes. And Chairman Smiley, yes.
Spend too much.
Thank you, Madam Comptroller. This item passes. I would like to note that Councilman Vice Chair Canali has channeled his inner Councilman Martavius Jones. Lone soldier. All right, Madam Comptroller, could you please call item number 46? Book is making sure I'm on task.
Item number 46 is a resolution to create 13 full-time positions for the Memphis Parks in FY24 by redlining $722,678 in surplus part-time salary funding from the FY24 operating budget to full-time salaries. This ISL request is budget neutral and would not require additional funding. All council districts, this resolution is sponsored by the administration, and there is a request for same-night minutes.
Thank you, Madam Comptroller. Councilman Warren, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We're still seeing Article 43 up here.
And we are.
We are. Can we get the correct ordinance up to vote on? Thank you, Mr. Chair. Committee met, recommended approval, and I so move.
All right, moved by Warren, seconded by Councilwoman Swearinger Washington. It appears all hearts and minds clear. Madam Comptroller, could you please prepare the screen? We're on to 58.
Canali, yes. Carlisle, yes. Cooper Sutton, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Green, yes. Logan, yes. Spinoza, yes. Swearingen Washington, yes. Walker, yes. Warren, yes. White, yes. Chairman Smiley, yes.
This item passes. Madam Comptroller, please call item number 58.
Item number 58 is a resolution requesting a fiscal year 2024 third quarter budget adjustment resolution to adjust expenditures for unanticipated circumstance. All council districts, this resolution is sponsored by the administration. There is a request for same-night minutes.
No, I was going, I'm getting there.
Thank you, Madam Comptroller. Councilman Carlisle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The committee met and sent this down without a recommendation. I'd move it to the floor, and if I may, Mr. Chairman, colleagues, earlier in committee, we were moving in and out. It had been long. Generally speaking, this funding resolution is going to move roughly 11 million, or around $10 million and change. There's an ask for same-night minutes. The administration's here to answer any questions you have, specifically the large moments. I see Chief Person and I see Chief Sweat. Thank you for staying. The big buckets were in fire personnel. If you have direct questions, basically the request for same-night minutes stems from a failed funds, which is basically a nice way of saying making payroll. I mentioned earlier that I wanted to divide the question. I think I'm comfortable. I mean, I don't like the situation we're in. I know Councilwoman Cooper Sutton didn't either. But we are in the situation we're in. So I think I support moving it forward instead of amending it. But here's my stipulation. I want to know, and it's not going to happen today. So this is what I'm putting this administration on notice, is I fully intend to get to the bottom of who knew what when. And if there is any evidence that there was an instruction from the prior administration at that time to suppress this ordinance into the next administration, proverbially kicking the can from one group's responsibility to the next. Because what I don't like, and Councilwoman Cooper Sutton said it earlier, what I don't like is that we are 1 week out or one meeting out from Mayor Young presenting his budget, and we're dealing with something that came from the last budget that was on the record stipulated that they were members of the administration were made aware of it in the first quarter, and we are now in which just for the record is July August, September of calendar year 23, and it is now April of 24. And if we don't approve this, which is going to take $10 million out of the rainy day fund, then we may not make payroll, which we all know is untenable. Also, groups like Hospitality Hub should be funded because that was the intent of the body. But what I'm not going to do is let certain members that are working for this administration take the heat for things that may have occurred in a prior administration. And so I fully intend to send a letter requesting, and I'm going to have our attorney do it, but requesting discovery on emails and communications related to this if they exist, because it is not tenable to have that kind of direction be given and put the Young administration and this body in the position it was placed in if and when that was really known and if and when direction was given to suppress it. So with that, I yield the floor.
Well, there you have it. I have nothing else. Thank you, Councilman Carlisle, as he exits. We still have 2 council members in the queue. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, then Councilwoman Green. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, you're recognized.
Thank you.
Mike, please.
Thank you, Chair. I echo everything that Councilman Carlisle said, and I will co-sponsor any letter because this is putting us in a bad fix coming up to budget season. It is unfair, especially to the employees who we hired 111 people, and we're going to have to try to figure out, I guess, how we're going to pay them next payroll, because if they're here now, you know, hopefully we won't end up here. But I co-sign and support Councilman Carlisle. Got to get to the bottom of this.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Councilwoman Green, you're recognized.
Yeah, I think I said this in committee. I am baffled by how we ended up in this place. It is not a few positions. It is 101. It is not spread across a bunch of departments. It is in one department, the fire department. People are putting their lives literally on the line for our community every day. So of course we are going to be supportive and we're not going to miss their payroll. But I want to act in good faith with the Young administration. And clearly I wasn't here when this was happening. But for it to come before us a week before we might not make payroll is insanity to me. And I hope we never see this again. I am with Councilman Carlisle. I think we need to get to the bottom of this and see exactly who knew what when, because this isn't just a one-time $10 million expense. Understand that this is people's pay, so that means we're going to continue to pay it in perpetuity as long as we keep these positions. So this is a multiple year $10 million hit that is just being dropped in our plate and we have to agree to. You know, we are being held over a barrel here, and that is not acceptable. I'm hopeful that when we get presented the budget at our next meeting, that it will be an open and true dialogue about all of the positions and all of the needs and what it's going to take for us to fulfill them. But I never want to come back here again and have a resolution put in front of us that is frankly also very generically disguised. If you haven't done your reading, it just says some adjustments for some unanticipated circumstances. That's a really nice way to say millions upon millions of dollars we didn't account for. So I don't want to see us here again. I'm just saying that to you now. I understand that you weren't in this position. I wasn't in this position. Mayor Young wasn't in this position. But we have got to do differently moving forward.
To quote Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, throw whoever you need to under the bus. All right. I believe Councilwoman Walker, are you in the queue? All right, Councilwoman Walker, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for purposes of making my point, I'm going to refer to this situation as an oops. It's a big oops, yeah. And I want to support you all, and I know that we're going to work through this and work this out. But in this same meeting, as it related to the biomass situation, I'm going to call that a oops as well. And we've had 2 oopses in the same meeting. This is unacceptable. This is unacceptable, and I remember at the beginning of the year, Chairman Smiley made a statement about underperforming, and we all have to do better, and I just want to close with that. We all have to do better. Thank you, and I yield the floor.
Thank you, Councilwoman Walker. Councilwoman Logan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate the opportunity. I just want to make certain that to say on record as well that this is totally unacceptable and so shocking. One thing that we definitely want to do is be sound fiscally. So paying our bills, having money in the bank, making sure, and this is not to you all, but you know, it's you where you are. You're in that position for a reason, apparently, and we don't want to be here again, and we don't want to be, you know, a lot of eyes are on Memphis. We're always at the top of all the lists, but one we definitely don't want to be on is not paying our bills. We haven't been here before, and, you know, the thing, well, not during this time that I've been here, and the thing that I wanted to note, we're doing this together. We're here on behalf of the people who voted us in to make certain that we know what's going on with the money. You know, that's the main thing, that one of the main reasons we're here, and that's why we need that partnership or that oversight, because we're at the end of the, you know, and we're right here, right before the next budget, finding out that we can't pay people. That is such, you know, that's a hard pill to swallow, and we don't ever want to be here again. And so over the next 4 years, we'll all be very clear, getting in the weeds of administration. It's making certain that we're doing making sure that we're doing what we were voted to do. And so I just wanted to say that, and hopefully we'll hear something different when Mayor Young comes as to how we're going to avoid this ever happening again. Thank you. I yield back, Chair.
I would hope this doesn't happen again, because if it does, I think the council will use its legislative authority to get in the weeds. I mean, you know, that's absolutely true. Councilman Warren.
I'd like to call the question, Mr. Chair.
Absolutely. Madam Comptroller.
We're voting on item number 58, council members. Canali, yes. Cooper Sutton, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Green, yes. Logan, yes. Spinoza, yes. Swearingen Washington, yes. Walker, yes. Warren, yes. White, yes. Chairman Smiley, yes.
This item passes. Madam Comptroller, could you please call item number 47?
Item number 47 is a resolution approving a memorandum of understanding between the City of Memphis through its Division of Parks and Shelby County government throughout its Division of Community Services to utilize a portion of Green Law Community Center and provide community services. District 7, Super District 8. This resolution is sponsored by the administration, and there is a request for same-night minutes.
Councilman Warren, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Committee met recommended approval, and I so move.
Moved by Warren, seconded by Swearingen Washington. Appears that all hearts and minds are clear. Madam Comptroller, could you please prepare the screen?
Canale, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Green, yes. Logan, yes. Spinoza, yes. Swearingen, Washington, yes. Walker, yes. Warren, yes. White, yes. Please show Council Member Cooper Sutton Young is voting yes. Chairman Smiley, yes.
This item passes. Madam Comptroller, please call item number 48. No, I don't know what happened.
Gave her a whole new name. Item number 48 is, let's get it on the board.
There we go.
Is a resolution to appropriate $903,000 of the City of Memphis Division of Police Services CIP project number PD 04029 Radio Maintenance Rehab Project, all council districts. This resolution is sponsored by the administration. There is a request for same night minutes for item number 48.
Thank you, Madam Comptroller. Councilwoman White, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The committee met and recommended approval, and I so move.
Moved by Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, seconded by Vice Chairman Canale. It appears that all hearts and minds are clear. Madam Comptroller, could you please spread the screen for a vote?
Canale, yes. Cooper Sutton, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Green, yes. Logan, yes. Spinoza, yes. Swearingen, Washington, yes. Walker, yes. Warren, yes. White, yes. Chairman Smiley, yes.
This item passes. Madam Comptroller, could you please call item number 49?
Item number 49 is a resolution opposing Tennessee House Bill 1183 and Tennessee Senate Bill 0503 to establish vouchers in the state of Tennessee. All council districts, this resolution is sponsored by council members Easter Thomas, Green, Walker, Cooper Sutton, and Swearingen, Washington. There's a request for same night minutes.
Thank you, Madam Comptroller. Councilwoman Easter Thomas, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. The committee recommends approval for same night minutes, and I so move.
Moved by Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, seconded by...
I thought I moved. Okay.
You know, finger's not fast enough. Councilman Warren. It appears that all hearts and minds are clear. We do have one comment card. Mr. Noah, come on down. You're becoming a regular. I'm pretty sure you know what to do.
You need a taller mic. Okay. My name is Noah Nordstrom. I live at 6220 Forest Grove Drive. I am a local Spanish teacher, and I'm also the Democratic nominee for state representative in House District 83. Now, Memphis Shelby County Schools is in a disinvestment crisis, and the voucher scam is going to make it much worse. States like Arkansas and Arizona, which just recently passed vouchers, are facing disastrous consequences. Budget shortfalls, closed schools, teacher layoffs. These are just a few of the consequences. And the pilot program for the vouchers here in Shelby County and Davidson County is failing. We're seeing that the kids on the vouchers are underperforming the kids in public schools, and they're also only designed for wealthy families. In fact, the number of vouchers that have been budgeted for Shelby County are not even used because they're not designed for low-income families. And the legislation presented in Tennessee specifically discriminates against children with disabilities. It says that the private schools that accept vouchers will not have to accommodate kids with disabilities, which to me as a teacher is sickening. As it stands, MSCS is really in a crisis right now. We've seen mold, roaches, a shortage of books, devices, a teacher shortage, low pay, broken down facilities. I mean, I dare you to walk into a public school bathroom in Memphis. I just dare you. And I could not imagine working with fewer resources. Now, passing this resolution would make a huge difference in impacting the fight to stop lawmakers from defunding our public schools even further. Germantown already passed a similar resolution. What's stopping us? Now, in closing, I'd like to say that stopping the vouchers is just one baby step in the fight for our children and their futures. Frankly, our schools are still reeling from the loss of financial support from the city of Memphis. MSCS carries the great name of our city, and we really need y'all's support. So I humbly ask you to pass this resolution and to develop a plan to provide consistent funding to MSCS schools because our kids matter. Thanks, y'all.
Thank you for being present. Thank you for consistently showing up and talking about important issues that are before this body. So we appreciate you. Councilman, we have multiple people in the queue. Councilman Warren, then followed by Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to be added as a co-sponsor.
Okay, so can we please show Dr. Warren as a co-sponsor? Show Councilwoman Logan as a co-sponsor. And I will add myself as a co-sponsor. And Walker. Not everybody. So, all right. If you want to. So, Madam Comptroller, could you please go down the list of co-sponsors?
Well, according to what I have so far is Easter Thomas, Green, Walker, Cooper, Sutton, Swearingen, Washington, Logan,
Walker, Smiley.
Walker, did I hear Warren?
Warren and Smiley.
And Smiley. And Ford?
I don't know. Is he not in his head? Oh, yeah, he's in.
We'll be expecting a new copy of this amended resolution.
I'm co-sponsor, yes. All right, so we have it down.
That's correct.
All right, appears that everyone, all hearts and minds are clear. Madam Comptroller, could you please prepare the screen for a vote? No, he didn't say that.
No.
Canali abstained. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Green, yes. Logan, yes. Swearingen, Washington, yes. Walker, yes. Warren, yes. White, yes. Please show Cooper Sutton as voting yes. And Chairman Smiley, yes.
All right, this item passes. Madam Comptroller, please prepare. Could you please call item number 50?
Item number 50 is a resolution opposition to Tennessee House Bill 202 and Tennessee Senate Bill 2517, eliminating 2 judicial courts in Shelby County, Tennessee, due to safety risk and concerns for the swift administration of justice. All council districts. This resolution is sponsored by Council Members Smiley, Easter Thomas, White, Green, Cooper Sutton, and Swearingen, Washington. And there is a request for same night minutes.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
So I don't think any member on this body opposes this particular thing. So if you could
Direct me unanimously, sir.
So I think everyone should be added as a co-sponsor. I don't think there's any objection to this particular one.
Okay. That's as amended as well.
All right, so we have Councilwoman Easter Thomas, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. Committee recommends approval for same night minutes, and I so move.
Moved by Easter Thomas, seconded by Councilwoman Swearingen Washington. So I just want to briefly talk about this one. Essentially what's transpiring, there is a proposed bill before the Tennessee House and the Senate basically eliminating judgeships within the city of Memphis. We already have a judicial system that needs support. Instead of giving us support, what's currently transpiring is the General Assembly is proposing to remove seats from the Circuit Court in Shelby County, but not only the Circuit Court, in the Criminal Court in Shelby County. I think this bill is one that the constituents, the folks who live in the city of Memphis, should be extremely vocal about. And And I thank my colleagues for co-sponsoring this particular resolution. Hopefully get this to our lobbyists so they can do their job. And hopefully, not only will the elected members of this body reach out to the folks in the General Assembly, but also the folks in the community as well. With that, Madam Controller, could you please prepare the screen?
I'm cold-natured. It feels.
Canali, yes. Cooper Sutton, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Green, yes. Logan, yes. Spinoza, yes. Swearingen Washington, yes. Walker, yes. Warren, yes. White, yes. Chairman Smiley, yes.
Thank you, colleagues. This item passes. Item number 51. Madam Controller, could you please call item number 51?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Item number 51 is an appointment to the Memphis and Shelby County Air Pollution Control Board. And we'll get it on the screen. Steve Sheridan, and there's a request for same night minutes.
All right, Councilwoman Easter Thomas, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. The committee recommends approval for same night minutes, and I so move.
Moved by Easter Thomas, seconded by Swearingen Washington. Madam Controller, could you please press screen for a vote?
He's gonna put y'all in time out.
Canali, yes. Cooper Sutton abstained. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Green, yes. Logan, yes. Swearingen Washington, yes. Walker, yes. Warren, yes. Chairman Smiley, yes.
This item passes. Madam Comptroller. This item passes. Madam Comptroller, could you please call item number 52?
Item number 52 is a resolution requesting the city of Memphis accept $1,100 to transfer its ownership, rights, and interests to a parcel located at 956 Kerr Avenue, Memphis, Tennessee, 38106, to the Blight Authority of Memphis, Memphis Metropolitan Land Bank Authority, District 4, Super District 8. This resolution is sponsored by the administration, and there's a request for same night minutes.
Thank you, Madam Comptroller. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Thank you, Chair. We're excited that this property is going to be removed from blight to a property that we can be proud of. The committee met, recommends approval for same night minutes, and I so move.
Moved by Swearingen Washington, seconded by Spinoza. Appears all hearts and minds clear. Madam Comptroller, could you please prepare the screen for a vote? Council members.
Canali, yes. Cooper Sutton, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Green, yes. Logan, yes. Spinoza, yes. Swearingen Washington, yes. Walker, yes. Warren, yes. White, yes. Chairman Smiley, yes.
Thank you, Madam Comptroller. This item passes. Madam Comptroller, could you please call item number 53?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Item number 53 is a resolution amending the FY24 CIP budget by transferring an allocation and appropriating $660,000 in GEO bonds from traffic signals, project number EN 24100, to traffic signal improvements to the intersection of Union Cooper, project number EN 01117, for a construction contract with McCrory Electric, District 5, Super District 9. This resolution is sponsored by the administration, and there is a request for same night minutes.
Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Thank you, Vice Chair. The committee met, recommended approval for same night minutes, and I so moved.
Can I get an electronic second? That item has been moved and properly seconded. I don't see any members in the queue. Madam Comptroller, would you please prepare the voting screen?
She didn't vote. Canale, yes. Cooper Sutton, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Green, yes. Logan, yes. Spinoza, yes. Swearingen, Washington, yes. Walker, yes. Warren, yes.
That item passes. Madam Comptroller, would you please call item number 54?
Item number 54. Let me get it up on the screen, please. Item number 54 is a resolution to transfer appropriate funds, to transfer possibly and appropriate funds within the personnel category of solid waste for mid-year cleanup in the total amount of $1,444,448.54, line item number 151402, salaries part-time temporary, and line item number 051902, bonus pay. All council districts, this resolution is sponsored by the administration, and there is a request for same night minutes.
Councilwoman Swearingen, Washington.
Thank you, Vice Chair. The committee met, recommended approval for same night minutes, and I so move.
That item was moved by Swearingen, Washington, seconded by Spinoza. I don't see any members in the queue. Madam Comptroller, would you please prepare the voting screen?
Canale, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Logan, yes. Spinoza, yes. Swearingen, Washington, yes. Walker, yes. And Warren, yes.
That item passes. Madam Comptroller, would you please call item number 55?
Item number 55 is a resolution to transfer and appropriate construction funds in the amount of $5,400,000 to sewer emergency bypass pump 24, project number SW24203, for emergency sewer bypass pumping. All council districts, this resolution is sponsored by the administration, and there is a request for same night minutes.
Councilwoman Swearingen, Washington.
Thank you, Vice Chair. The committee met, recommended approval for same night minutes, and I so move.
Can I get an electronic second, please? Thank you. That item was moved by Swearingen, Washington, seconded by Green. I don't see any members in the queue. Madam Comptroller, would you please prepare the voting screen?
Votes for item number 55. Canale, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Green, yes. Logan, yes. Swearingen, Washington, yes. Walker, yes. Warren, yes. Please show council member Cooper Sutton is voting yes. Also Spinoza as voting yes.
That item passes. Madam Comptroller, would you please call item number 56?
Item number 56, and thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Item number 56 is a resolution to transfer and appropriate construction funds in the amount of $6,287,285. Sewer emergency repairs, project number SW23202 for emergency sewer line repairs. All council districts, this resolution is sponsored by the administration, and there is a request for same-night minutes.
Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Thank you, Vice Chair. The committee met, recommended approval for same-night minutes, and I so move.
Item was moved by Swearingen Washington, seconded by Cooper Sutton. I don't see any members in the queue. Madam Comptroller, please prepare the voting screen.
I do like to vote.
Canali, yes. Cooper Sutton, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Green, yes. Logan, yes. Spinoza, yes. Swearingen Washington, yes. Walker, yes. Warren, yes. White, yes. Chairman Smiley, yes.
This item passes. Madam Comptroller, could you please call item number 57?
Item number 57 is a resolution requesting an amendment to the American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA projects. -1, Memphis Public Safety Initiatives in the amount of $443,205 and 2 Community Services Initiatives in the amount of $117,000. All council districts, this resolution is sponsored by the administration, and there is a request for same-night minutes.
Thank you, Madam Comptroller.
My pleasure, Mr. Chairman.
Vice Chairman Canali, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The committee met, recommend approval, and I so move.
Moved by...
I did not move. Cooper Sutton did.
Cooper Sutton, seconded by Swearingen Washington. It appears all
She had
hearts...
fast hands.
Real fast hands. It appears all hearts and minds are clear. Madam Comptroller, could you please prepare the screen for a vote?
Canali, yes. Cooper Sutton, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Green, yes. Logan, yes. Spinoza, yes. Swearingen Washington, yes. Walker, yes. Warren, yes. White, yes. Chairman Smiley, yes.
This item passes. Madam Comptroller, could you please call item number 59?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Item number 59 is an appointment to the Urban Art Commission Public Art Oversight Committee. There's a request for same-night minutes, and the appointee is Takesha Johnson.
I think we know her. I just want y'all to keep that same enthusiasm for everybody else, all right?
Bring us the same quality.
Okay, same quality. Shout that out. Councilman Canali.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The committee met, recommend approval, and I so move.
Moved by Councilman Canali.
Nope.
Moved by Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, who's enjoying herself today. Seconded by Councilwoman Green. I will entertain a motion to hold. No? All right, okay. All right, so no one wants to hold this item. All right, Madam Controller, prepare the screen for a vote. Can someone vote nay? No? Okay.
Canali, yes. Cooper Sutton, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Green, yes. Logan, yes. Spinoza, yes. Swearingen Washington, yes. Walker, yes. Warren, yes. White, yes. Chairman Smiley, yes. That's it.
I guess this item passes. All right. Madam Comptroller, could you please call item number 60? I think this was 60.
Item number 60 is an appointment to the Pension Board of Administration. Appointments to the Pension Board of Administration. We have Catania Evans and James Mike Ryle, and there is a request for same-night minutes.
All right, thank you, Madam Comptroller. Councilman Canali, you recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The committee met, recommend approval, and I so
almost moved. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton moved, and seconded by Councilman Spinoza. Madam Comptroller, could you please prepare the screen for a vote?
I'm used to him sitting there. Canale, yes. Cooper Sutton, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Green, yes. Logan, yes. Spinoza, yes. Swearingen Washington, yes. Warren, yes. White, yes. And Chairman Smiley, yes.
This item passes. Madam Comptroller, could you please call item number 45?
Item number 45 is an ordinance to amend the Code of Ordinances of the City of Memphis, Tennessee, Chapter 6, to define entertainment transportation vehicles and to provide for the licensing and regulation of the same. Up for third and final reading. Ordinance number 5861 is sponsored by Councilman Canale. It was held from March 19th.
Councilman Ford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. Committee met. This item has been held 10 times. Do we want to make it an 11th one?
No.
No? Okay, so we met and we approved, and let's vote.
All right. Moved by Cooper Sutton, seconded by Councilman Warren. Councilman Canale, this is your project.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Colleagues, it's with great pleasure that I bring you this item tonight. After holding for 10 times, you'll find in front of you a redlined ordinance with some changes that we made. So everybody, please keep in mind that the intent of this was because this industry is not regulated, and what we wanted to accomplish from this was to protect not only the people that use this industry for entertainment, not only the citizens of Memphis, but many of our guests that visit Memphis, but also for the people that operate these type vehicles. We wanted to be fair, but we have to remember this is a public-facing business, and a lot of times children are on board these vehicles. We wanted to make sure they were properly insured, that they go before the Transportation Commission to get a permit, as the horse-drawn carriages and pedal bike business have to do. The Tennessee legislature took this item up to a degree on what we discussed. It passed in the House. It's on the calendar in the Senate. What they addressed was that you can't refuse to renew a permit, which would not apply in this case because there has been no permitting process to date. But you cannot revoke a permit to a business that provides entertainment transportation except for good cause, and you must provide a hearing if you do so. If everyone wants to look through and see what's redlined in this document, I think Councilwoman Green wishes to weigh in on this. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I give it back to you.
All right, so I have a quick question, and I believe Councilwoman Green's in the question. So on page 12 of 29, I just want to make sure there's a red line that says any offense, including moving traffic violations that directly relates to a person's ability to operate a vehicle. I want to know if would this be construed so broad that it would include like speeding violations?
I'm going to let my wise counsel, I forgot to mention that my two cohorts, Mrs. Brianna Owens and Mr. Alan Wade, helped craft this.
I would love to hear from.
So I'd like to hear.
I would love to hear from Ms. Owens.
One on their response to that question.
Only a lawyer would ask me that question. I think it's fairly broad, to tell you the truth.
So the intent was this to be a case-by-case basis, correct, Attorney Wade?
But I would think that you'd want a more heightened type of violation rather than a general violation.
Your suggestion is what?
A more heightened type of offense rather than
Chair.
Yeah, so that's exactly what I'm getting at. Sometimes I tend to drive 5 miles over, maybe 7 miles over. And if I get a speeding ticket and wanted to get into this business, I wouldn't want to be precluded from getting into the business. So I just want to know if there's a way that we could craft this so we're not eliminating people who tend to drive like me or Brooke.
Chair.
Yeah, I think one thing I'll come back. I think the one thing, you've covered a lot of it through reckless or careless driving, but, you could have repeated speeding offenses. Be a problem. Other than that, I have to look at the list of offenses to be able to address it more specifically.
I'm going to Councilwoman Green before I suggest that change.
So, Chair, I think the second part of this sentence where it says that directly relates to a person's ability to operate a vehicle. So it speaks to the fact that it might be repeated offenses that would then cause you to lose your license. So not just a speeding offense, but an offense that would then limit your ability to operate a vehicle in a lawful way. So it is not meant to be too overly broad, but it is meant to encapsulate the fact that if people don't have a license, then they cannot be drivers of the transportainment, pedal, tavern, bachelorette parties, whatever they are.
So the language is still fairly broad. What I would like to add, just one word addition. It says any offense, including repeated moving traffic violations that directly relates to it. Because, if you drive fast, says a person who tends to drive pretty fast. So the only language I would like to add is repeated. Hopefully okay, so it's been accepted as a friendly amendment. I believe, Councilwoman Green, are you still in the queue? Oh, she has other things. That's it for me. Councilwoman Green, and thank you for accepting the amendment. And then Councilwoman White.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Councilman Canale, for working with me on this and for taking out a lot of things that I thought were overly broad myself and that did not relate specifically to what we were trying to regulate here. I am a big proponent of making sure those who are reentering our society after serving their time have the opportunity to work, because we know that a job is the number one way to stop recidivism. And if they have gotten through their sentence, whether it is for forgery or prostitution or whatever, and they want to open up a pedal tavern, then I don't want that to be the thing that stops them from starting their own business. And so I appreciate that your staff worked with me on making sure that we focused in really on things that were related to driving and not some of the extraneous charges that may have been in previous ordinances. And with that, I will yield to Councilwoman White, I guess.
Thank you, Councilwoman White.
I just had a question about the friendly amendment that we're changing to repeated offenses. Is that potentially going to be an issue if we don't say how many offenses or within a certain amount of time? Or will it be subject to, I guess, review? You can't hear me?
So you sound really far away from me. I'm having a hard time hearing.
My question was regarding your friendly amendment of repeated offenses. And I guess this is more a question for council. Is it an issue if we don't put the number of repeated offenses and within what time frame?
I think in the previous paragraph, it says last 5 years. It says, if you read D1, it says last 5 years, and you keep reading, it says 3 years of for any of the following offenses. So I think.
Right, but my question is as it pertains to the repeated offenses part. So within what period of time?
May I address her concern?
Go ahead.
I'm not sure we need to make that specification. I think the laws that's what the language was directed to, is those kind of offenses that would prevent you from being able to operate a vehicle. So I think that's already inclusive in the limitation.
Thank you. Councilwoman Logan made a very pertinent comment. She said that we have too many lawyers and we're getting too far in the weeds. Okay, so Councilwoman Walker, I feel like there's another oops today. The wrong version of the document was passed out. So bear with us as we pass out the correct version of the document. So do we have staff currently getting the updated version of the document? Who's looking? So while we attempt to print off the final version of the document, the correct version of the document, we're going to go to, we have one comment card. So Miss Ashley Coleman, if you would, state your name and address for the record.
Hey, Ashley Coleman. I'm
Hey,
the
Ashley.
owner of Sprock and Roll Party Bikes at 315 Madison Avenue. I'm coming before you guys because as Councilwoman Green mentioned, the equity between the pedal bikes and the carriages is not in this ordinance. There are a lot of things in this ordinance that are not in my ordinance, and I would love if one of you would ask me that question in a minute, but I'm going to get on to some other things that Nashville has put in place in this ordinance, or the one that they have, that are very important and are not mentioned at all in this ordinance. So let me start with, there's no mention of automobile insurance at all in this ordinance. I don't understand why that would be left out. There is only one employee, which is going to be the driver on this bus. As we all know, these are huge buses with who knows how many people on them. What are they doing back there? Are they hanging their leg over the rail? I've seen numerous videos of dancing on the rail, sitting on the rail. That's going to be a behavioral issue as well as a safety issue. So if you're going to have the driver driving and focusing on driving as they should be, there should be an attendant in the back of these vehicles that is an employee that is mandating that people are sitting down. That is also what this ordinance says, that people are going to sit down. Who's going to make them sit down? The driver? I think not. Our underage people drinking. Is there drugs going on? What's going on back there? So that's an issue. It's not clarified how many people are going to be on this bus. What's the max capacity? I wholeheartedly disagree with the bus being able to go from Midtown to downtown via Union Avenue. You're going 35 miles an hour, and people are most likely standing up because who's going to be making them sit down?
So
I'm out of time, but I could go on.
So Ms. Coleman, I believe your question regarding insurance is on page 8 in this ordinance.
Is that automobile insurance or general liability insurance?
Let's see, looking at it now. Canale?
And I think I have the most current copy, but now I'm not sure. And you said page what? I'm sorry. That's not automobile insurance. My drivers are mandated to get a pre-employment physical. These drivers are not, and they're driving an automobile. I'm driving a party bike that's going 5 miles an hour. The ordinance does not address whether they can sell alcohol. I cannot sell alcohol to my patrons. That's, okay, I may not have the right one then. The ordinance doesn't address glass. Can they have glass on the bike? I can't. Are they gonna throw a glass bottle in the road?
I mean, so as it relates to automobile insurance, that's required by state law. I mean, it's
Okay,
required by state
but
law. It does not
We
necessarily.
all know that requirement by state law doesn't mean it happens, right?
Yeah, so it's not necessary that for us to have it here if it's already required by state law. It's
I would
something
just
that-
like you to refer to Nashville where it is required in the ordinance.
Okay.
Or listed.
Well, thank you, Ms. Coleman. I do appreciate your comments. We appreciate it.
Anybody have any questions for me?
It doesn't appear that any other council members have any questions.
I just don't think that this should be moved ahead as is. It's not strict enough.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Coleman. So council members, we're having a debate. And I know Mr. Hardeman would love for us not to do that unless we're on the mic. Open Meetings Act. So, Councilman Spinoza, if you have something to say, go ahead. And I do there's some clarification that we're getting, Ms. Coleman, as it relates to some of the things you mentioned. So I'm going to go to Councilman Canale. Could you address, I think, some of the things that's noted on page 18? Councilman Canale?
There you go. Good number.
We're gonna go to
Ms.
Attorney
Coleman.
Owens. She's gonna kind of address some of those concerns.
Give her a copy of the latest.
And also Attorney Owens is gonna address some of the concerns for Ms. Coleman as well. Attorney Owens. For the record, this is her first time speaking on the mic for this body. Come on, Assistant Attorney Owens, turn up.
Okay.
Question. Do you have Nashville that has something completely different what we have? Do you have their ordinance?
Yes, sir.
Can we see?
I mean, it's a lot more in-depth. I'll put it that way. This skims the surface.
That's what we need to see.
Okay, thank you. Attorney Owens, could you go ahead?
Yes, so we cover the seats required for each vehicle on page 18, where it says that you can only carry as many passengers as.
Attorney Owens, one second, please. Can we do what we can to turn mic up?
So each vehicle has to have designated seating, and you cannot carry any more passengers than you have designated seats. That is section 39-273. We address the consumption of alcohol in section 39-275. So it's strictly prohibited for anyone under the age of 21 to consume alcohol, and the vehicles are not allowed to sell alcohol at all. So each passenger has to bring their own if they are going to have it.
Where is that?
They're gonna be bringing it.
39-275, it's on page 19.
Page 19?
Yes. Yes, so everyone with alcohol has to be over the age of 21. So no one under that age can bring alcohol or consume it on the bus.
So it literally says somewhere that they cannot sell. Okay, I don't have that copy. So if someone Can someone under the age of 18 be on these buses if people are drinking?
Everyone under the age of 18 has to be accompanied by an adult.
But can alcohol be on the bus if?
If the person over 21 brings the alcohol.
Okay, because in my ordinance, no one can be on the party bike if they're under 18 and there's alcohol. So, like, I couldn't have a family come and mom and dad have a few pops while they ride around because it's not allowed. So that's just kind of where I was saying some of the inequality between the two. That's one example of that. So that's kind of, you know, it restricts me, but it doesn't restrict them from having families.
So that,
You know, we're all about being out and having a good time too. I specifically didn't put alcohol in the name of rock and roll because I want families to enjoy it too, but I'm not able to allow that alcohol component for an adult who has a child on the bike.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Coleman. We have council members in the queue. Councilmember Green, you're recognized. You're already out of the queue? All right, let me delete you. You're out. Councilwoman White, you still in the queue? All right, taking you out. Councilman Espinoza, are you still in the queue? All right, taking you out of the queue. There's literally everyone's out. All right.
So,
All right.
Let me say
I'm
this.
gonna go back to the original presenter, Councilman Canale, and then this body's gonna make a decision.
Okay, so we crafted this, and I'm sure that Ms. Owens and Attorney Wade are tired of going back and forth. I did this because this industry is not regulated. I didn't do this to compare to what other ordinances may be in place. Now, do those need to be amended? Maybe so, but I don't know that, I didn't go about this as, well, they have this, so one, because you're talking about two separate, different, you're talking about a vehicle compared to a horse-drawn carriage or a pedal bike. I will do whatever this body decides. To the extent of I'll withdraw this, and y'all can start over and work on it. But if we're going to talk about this and compare it to other ordinances, then maybe other ordinances need the work. But at some point, we've got to address this. Now, Nashville's was much stricter, but Nashville's a completely different animal also. Nashville had north of 30 of these vehicles flooding their downtown, maybe more. I think that we have 3, to my knowledge, that operate in the city of Memphis. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield the floor to you.
Here's all hearts and minds are clear. Madam Comptroller, could you please spread the screen for a vote?
Canale, yes. Cooper Sutton, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Green, yes. Logan, yes. Spinoza, yes. Swearingen Washington, yes. Walker, yes. Warren, yes. White, yes. Chairman Smiley, yes.
Good job, Canale. This item passes. That brings us to our same night minute items. Vice Chairman Canale, would you please read the same night minutes into the record? It's 1 million of them.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. The same night minute items are 13, 14, 32, 33, 34, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, and 60.
Thank you. I hope it's moved by Councilman Canale soon. Moved by Councilman Canale, seconded by Councilwoman Swearingen Washington. Madam Comptroller, could you please prepare the screen for a vote?
Canale, yes. Cooper Sutton, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Green, yes. Logan, yes. Spinoza, yes. Swearingen Washington, yes. Walker, yes. Warren, yes. White, yes. Chairman Smiley, yes.
This item passes. This brings us to our public comments. We have several of them, so if you hear your name called, please come down. And I'm going to start with Sybil Presley. Come on down. And shout out to their hair. It's dope. I love it.
See, Councilwoman.
I am Sybil Presley, 1056 Landon Avenue, 38104. I am Sybil Presley, the pothole lady, and I'm here to announce my Facebook group, Memphis Pothole Blues Support Group, free to join. Pothole victims and advocates can post comments, experiences, photos, and car repair bills resulting from driving in potholes. Members are encouraged to adopt a pothole in their neighborhood and name the pothole. Throw a neighborhood pothole block party when the pothole is filled. And then bring public awareness to the pothole problems and solutions in Memphis. Invite cities across America to start their own pothole blues support group. Let's get it done and have some fun and get those potholes filled. Well, I blame it on the city council for the potholes in this town. Every time I try to call them, nobody can be found. In the city of Memphis, there are potholes everywhere. When you go out driving, you better bring a spare. The suspension in my car keeps bobbing up and down. I'm a tax-paying citizen and they treat me like a clown. I broke the axle on my wheel. My tires are losing air. I'm sending City Hall the bill when I get my car repaired. Yeah, I'm going to the internet, calling the local news. Please sign my petition. I've got the Memphis pothole blues.
All I want to know is, am I allowed to join the Facebook group? Inquire minds want to know. But the next time you come, Councilwoman Easter Thomas will join you in a duet.
Verse 2. Same song, verse 2.
And Councilwoman Logan is positive that you're going viral today. Yeah. Megan Oliviera, if I butchered it, blame Canale.
An eclipse week.
You've been here before, so you know what to do.
Hello, before you start the clock, the audio is off online and the visuals are not online. Nope. Okay. Good evening. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak again at City Council. I would like to speak in regards to, name is Natasha Strong, address is 839 Stonewall Street, Memphis, Tennessee. I would like to speak about the meeting minutes from March 19th. I would also like to speak about 1230 North Watkins Street. One of the things that was mentioned, or that was a concern for Attorney Wade and others on the City Council, you know, before the March 19th meeting, there was this big PR blitz on local news, whether you were looking at ABC 24 or whether you're reading the Daily Memphian article, where the applicant announced that they were withdrawing their application. And since receipts are so important, following our receipts from local news, ABC 24, company reportedly pulls proposal for biomass facility in North Memphis. ABC 24, company reportedly pulls proposal for biomass facility in North Memphis. Daily Memphian, contentious North Memphis tree project, scrapped. So in terms of receipts, the applicant did a PR blitz over the weekend before the March 19th City Council meeting, announcing to the public that they were withdrawing the application. We, the opposition, came down here and we were questioning, why are you here when the applicant withdrew the application? Even after the meeting, which the internet was down, we spoke with Councilman Chairman Smiley. He stated the applicant withdrew the application. We came down here to hear that the application was withdrawn. It was on the agenda for March 19th. It was also on the agenda today for April 9th. In the P&D committee meeting for March 19th, it was listed on the committee agenda, withdrawn. Reading the meeting minutes, it's withdrawn, as you all have stated. The applicant withdrew.
Mr. Natasha?
Yes.
Your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Natasha. Glad to see you back again and advocating for your community. Please keep showing up. Stephanie Walker. Come on down. And followed by Stephanie Walker, Layla Elzen. Yeah. Come on down. I tried.
Thank you. Stephanie Walker, 786 North McNeil Street, Memphis, 38107. I wanted to thank each of you. I see how hard you work and how much of your time is taken up here, and I appreciate it. I even witnessed your speed reading today, my super councilman, and you didn't miss a word. But I do want to tell you that as a public, I think maybe in Memphis, we talk a little slower. So as Natasha mentioned, the confusion from last week and then again today, when we discussed the matter of the biomass campus, and to the attorney, that there were newspaper articles, quotes from the applicant the day before the city council meeting that they were actually withdrawing, and that the CEO who oversees the project said that they were looking for better solutions that would make sense moving forward for the community. So I think that that you erred today and taking this for next week rather than doing more, I guess, discovery on where we are. We keep coming with confusion when it comes to this. And I know you probably know, I'm sure you know what you're doing, but we're not able to understand or get an explanation of what's going on or how you're doing it. And I appreciate each one of you.
Thank you for being here. This is your first time speaking before this body?
My second time.
Second time, okay. Well, keep showing up and we appreciate you. Go ahead.
Layla Al-Sheriff.
How you pronounce your last name?
Al-Sheriff.
Al-Sheriff, okay.
222 Hawthorne Street, Memphis, Tennessee 38112. This is also my first time at City Council. I'm an assistant professor of medicine at the University of Tennessee Health Science Center. I specialize in sickle cell disease. I'm representing the Mid-South Anti-Apartheid Coalition today. In District 9, one of the nation's top 3 majority African-American districts, the prevalence of sickle cell disease is high. In fact, in Shelby County, we have the highest rate of babies born with sickle cell disease in the nation. Securing funding for my research and that of my colleagues is increasingly challenging. Decades of neglect in sickle cell disease research, contrasted with a bloated military budget, have severely limited treatment options for patients while stockpiling weapons of war. Military spending eclipses science spending or science funding by a stunning 24-to-1 ratio, and public education 10-to-1 ratio. To illustrate, the $16.4 billion that's allocated for the military's unfunded priorities list for this year alone. This is otherwise known as the military's wish list, could cover the annual medical expenses of all patients living with sickle cell disease in the US for 2 full years. This bloated Pentagon budget not only diverts vital resources, but also contributes to the loss of lives domestically. It is imperative that we halt this cycle. Therefore, I urge the City Council to engage in dialogue with our coalition and consider a ceasefire resolution for Gaza. Gaza is my father's hometown, and I would like to see it someday. This resolution is more than a symbolic gesture. It does serve as a message to Washington. This democratic base opposes endless wars and demands attention to pressing domestic issues, such as homelessness, unemployment, teacher shortages, reparations, infrastructure decay, and climate crisis. Dr. King's words from 1967 about the Vietnam War remain relevant today. The bombs in Vietnam explode here at home. They destroy the hopes and possibilities for a decent America. These words underscore our collective obligation to invest in community well-being and prosperity. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Continue showing up, and I'm assuming this is your first time you spoke before this body. Glenda Hicks, come on down. Oh, it's 21st century. You know what to do.
Good evening. Glenda Hicks, 608 Gillies Road, advocate, co-founder, 21st Century Memphis of Bus. I came this afternoon to speak regarding the MLGW consent agenda item number 32, but was told that I could not. And I'm a bit baffled as to the processes that are in place that would not allow a citizen investor to speak on an issue of concern to all citizenry and ratepayers. I did have some information of dire concern regarding that particular item. And yes, the item addressed electric meters, but there is an issue of communication transmission of data when it comes to those smart meters. That has been an issue that has also been a factor in delayed billing. So the fact that I was not allowed to speak, I believe deserves addressing. And why a citizen cannot speak on consent agenda items deserves an explanation. I think it's just a matter of due respect that a citizen can come respectfully and address issues of concern, any issue, and certainly do not understand how one could be told, no, you cannot address that item. So I would appreciate an explanation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hicks. Thank you for coming. And as always, we appreciate your comments and your insight as it relates to MLGW. Samaya, you here? Name and address for the record, and then the floor is yours, followed by Lenora Pipkin.
Hello, my name is Samaya
Could you speak into the mic because we can't hear you?
Okay, my name is Sumaya. I am 17 and I live at 10509 Century Grove Cove. So I came to speak to you all at the council to pass a ceasefire resolution. And when we ask you to meet with us for a ceasefire resolution, you may wonder, what do Palestinian problems have to do with Memphis? I will list 3 benefits of passing a ceasefire resolution on Memphis. 1, you will gain the chance to represent your constituents. Over 20,000 Muslims like me were horrified at the inaction of the council at the mass murder and starvation of civilians in Gaza, along with BLM rights groups as well. You represent your constituents, so listen to them. You will gain moral consistency. This will help clearly see red lines in Memphis issues. If forced starvation of Memphis is okay, then poverty is not an issue. If bombing Memphis is allowed, then gun violence is not an issue. Joining Chicago, Atlanta, and St. Louis, and 67 other cities in a ceasefire resolution sets a precedent of respecting Memphian life. 3, you will fulfill your global responsibility. Oppression is our problem. We made apartheid our problem so blacks could be equal in South Africa. Martin Luther King Jr. made our problem his problem when he died trying to get equal pay for our sanitation workers. Passing a ceasefire resolution shows that Memphis, along with 61% of Americans, does not support bombing cities or starving 2.3 million people. Meet with your constituents and earn our vote with a clear meter stick for right and wrong and by living up to MLK Jr.'s selflessness. Thank you.
Thank you. You said you were 17? Thank you. Ms. Pipkin, you've been here before.
Yes, sir.
You know what to do.
Okay. Good afternoon, council members. I had my speech already made up. My name is Lenora Pipkin. I live at 1328 North Willett Street, across the street from 1230 North Watkins. Case number PD 2023-25. Thank you for letting me speak. First, I want to thank God for waking me up this morning. Next, I want to thank Councilwoman Michaelisa Thomas for speaking up for us. These are the council that took the time to meet with us and hear our concern. Thank you, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, Councilwoman White, Councilwoman Walker, Council Dr. Warren, Councilman Spinoza. Thank you, Councilman Ford, much love. Thank you, Councilman Canale, for responding to my email. Thank you, Councilman Smiley, for the February community meeting. Thanks for Attorney Wade for letting me receiving the notice.
Ms. Pipkin, you are the first person to ever thank Attorney Wade for anything. Just want you to know that.
He made sure I got a notice.
No one ever thanks him.
Sir, thank you. Stop my time, please.
No, we're going to give you some more time.
Give me some more time. I live across the street from this place. The people's got a notice. I didn't get one. I heard it from word of mouth. They'll want to put a sawmill and an incinerator across the street from me. I heard that it was withdrawn, so I had my speech already written out, thinking and was jumping for joy that they had withdrawn it because it was all on the news. And I'm 50, and I don't think, I'm thankful, this is what I say, I'm thankful for biomass campus project was withdrawn. I hope they will move to an appropriate site for this project. I don't believe there's a council member who will want a sawmill and an incinerator 500 feet from their house. Now they want to put a compost facility there, which will have flies and smell. What I think these are grant chasers. What a grant should be used for is something to better the community, not to make the community worse. I know, sir, the time is gone. The money should help the community, not make the community worse. I know there was a grant for some of this. So I just want to let you know, we're paying taxes. These grants are some of our tax money. So I don't want anything to be making the neighborhood worse. They should be able to make the neighborhood better. So I thank you for listening to me, and may God bless you. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Pipkin. Because I think you've been down here consistently trying to meet with council members and providing us information, so we appreciate you. Come on, Mr. Kent.
Joe Kent, 5111 Flamingo. On the chamber, as you consider partnerships, the chamber is the least transparent organization in the city of Memphis. I was kicked out of the chamber as a member with no reason for me being kicked out. They would never provide me a copy of the bylaws, while other chambers around the country make bylaws available to non-members. Secondly, Bobby White testified today that in Memphis, CCTE or vocational education had been recently stigmatized. This has not been the case elsewhere, and for some time around the country when I came back to Memphis 10 years ago, so it hasn't been going on. The chamber is 10 years behind. In fact, the chamber, through a lack of execution for taxpayers and advocacy, effectively partnered with Seeding Success and More for Memphis to botch the workforce development system over at least 5 years, if not more. Keep in mind, there's been WIN, GMACW, Upskill 901, Workforce Mid-South, which were all failures with heavy chamber involvement. So how do you fail that many times? Because you are so behind through local funding and narrative in which university education has been prioritized, it's just overtly stupid to prioritize that for economic development, university education. And the other thing, you can't do your jobs without this. You can't do your jobs without the monthly financials on a capital improvement campaign. You just can't do it. And MLG&W is not providing financials transparent on a monthly basis. They're not doing it. Y'all have never even seen one of these. They're concealing this information. And I would ask you, Mr. Chairman, this is a council matter, to provide an explanation for why after a 12% rate increase and $150 million, that you will not recognize the public for the MLGW consent agenda. And an explanation is due to the public, so please explain. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kent. We appreciate you always. I was really looking forward to one of your hats today. Ms. Suzanne Jackson. Hey, Ms. Jackson, how are you?
Good evening, council and community. Suzanne Jackson, 4194 Fillsdale Avenue, Memphis 38111. According to Ancestry.com, I'm a 99% Jewish for 10,000 years and 1% other. My grandparents all immigrated to this nation. Though not raised in the Jewish faith, I have attended some temple studies and have relatives deeply committed to Judaism. Months ago, the world community called for a 6-week ceasefire of the conflict in Israel and Gaza, Palestine. The ceasefire was supposed to be throughout Ramadan. Today is the last day of Ramadan, without any ceasefire, only limited withdrawal Sunday of some not all Israeli troops. Humanitarian aid for the hundreds of thousands of Palestinians, many made homeless and facing imminent starvation, has been blocked, while bombs and weaponry, many paid for by us, by U.S. taxpayers, including Memphians, have continued to assault and kill at least 33,000 Muslims and allies, including at least 14,000 children and nearly 200 aid workers. About 1,200 Israelis were killed by Hamas on October 7th, 2023, and hundreds taken hostage, including some from the U.S. Now homes, schools, hospitals, businesses, temples, churches, and more have been bombed and many demolished. I completed this painting in March of 2020, but just before the pandemic ensued and before October 7th. Yet the conflict on these sacred holy grounds has been continuing for centuries, if not thousands of years. On this holy ground, sacred to at least the peoples of three faiths, Jewish, Muslim, and Christian, I wanted to convey that faiths valuing love, human dignity, peace, and obedience to their God, all considered this hallowed ground, yet had been in continuous conflict involving even more folks in the world.
Ms. Jackson, you can conclude.
You allowed the other...
Conclude.
Okay, may I conclude? Okay. I will send you an email with all of this, each of you. Though I did research for this creation, I did not discover that Gaza had been under blockade by Israel and Egypt for the last 16 years. I didn't know that Palestinians, thousands, were locked up in Israel prisons. I didn't know Bethlehem University, with 85% Muslim students, was created by the Catholic Church at the determination of Pope Paul VI. But I know now, and we all know, Dr. King, who was slain here, warned us about the silence of the good people. Let us not be the silent good people. We've missed a ceasefire during Ramadan, but we can still join the UN Security Council, many US cities, and call for a ceasefire and for the necessary humanitarian aid that's needed to rebuild all the peoples and the land. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson. Good seeing you. I just don't know if y'all not listening to me. Y'all hurting my feelings. Okay. Sorry, my mic is not working. I'm out. There we go.
Hello, everyone. My name is Amal Alterab, 510 East Panotalk Avenue, 38126. I've been here before. Hopefully you remember my face. But I'll introduce myself again.
Valerie.
I'll introduce myself again. I graduated from Central High School, and I graduated from Yale University with a bachelor's in political science and certificate in human rights. I am a high school teacher right now. Actually, Sumaya, who spoke, is my student, and we've been here since 4. She was fasting. She just broke her fast with a cracker because that's how important this is for us. We don't want to waste your time. We see that half of the members are gone. We also don't want to waste our own time, but we wouldn't be here if we didn't really think that the City Council resolution is that important. Tomorrow is Eid, it's our celebration. We should be celebrating, we should be getting ready, but the fact is, Chairman and everyone, no one is celebrating. The 2 billion Muslims around the world, they are praying and crying for Gaza because what should have been a ceasefire right after October 7th is still now a continuing genocide. So I want to say I list all of I'm the West Tennessee Projects Manager of AMAC, and I'm a community organizer of MICA. I am not here on behalf of any of these organizations, but I list them so that you can take me seriously and you can see me as Memphian enough for you to allow a meeting or even respond to our messages. Right here I have my student has more than 200 letters of elementary, middle, and high school students writing letters to each single one of you council members. So if you allow my student to approach you to just pass out these folders. They're handwritten letters to you of why you should pass a ceasefire resolution. So, like many of my colleagues said, there are 70 cities, more than 100 American communities, including towns, who have passed a ceasefire. So there's no reason for Memphis not to. It does matter now, and it will matter in 100 years when our kids will look back and ask for and ask you, what did you do? So hear from us, meet with us, sponsor this resolution. Please meet with us. I promise we don't bite, but we might vote you out if you don't represent us. Thank you.
So let's not clap. Thumbs up. Thank you kindly. Good to see you again, and we do remember. Victoria, or Victoria, but Victoria. I'm gonna keep moving if this is not. Yeah, I don't know. All right. I think the person's left. Joanne Harp. My name doesn't have periods in it.
Thank you, councilmen and councilwomen, for staying. It's very disheartening to wait 4 hours to speak and then see that the council has walked out on the public. It's really disheartening. My name is Joan Harp. I'm from 178 South Grove Park, Memphis 38117. I'm here for the people, well, you maybe don't call them people, but they do have little sentient beings, and that's the animals of Memphis. Do you realize with our tax dollars, 1 in 4 dogs are not making it out? Puppies. We killed puppies on Easter Sunday. Monday, we killed dogs while someone was on their way over. Now, I stood here in support of Ty Coleman. I am still in support of Ty Coleman. But 400 dogs, next poster, 400 dogs since the first of the year killed for space. How many of you have fostered? I have two fosters at home now. If every one of you would foster, we could change this. Now, how about our FOIA? Where are we getting all this money for these euthanasia drugs? We don't know. It's not on the city contracts. There's no render contract, but there is a contract for $114,000 for cleaning of bathrooms. Bathrooms at the Memphis Animal Shelter, $35,000 for uniforms. It's wrong. How do we fix this, okay? Because remember, problems are just solutions waiting to happen. For each of you council people, if I could give this to whoever hands it to the council people, Ty has this. He needs your money. We need money. That's the only way we're gonna fix this. This is a full comprehensive program that worked in Los Angeles. It's worked in other places. It's about all of us coming together to change this. I know you don't want to see pictures of dead puppies. I know you don't want to hear about puppies being killed on Easter Sunday, but it's the reality. Let's make a change. So I'm going to hand this out. There's 13 copies. Thank you for reading.
Thank you.
Wait. There's one for each one.
Naval on the bill.
Greetings. My name is Nabil Bayakli, Nabilbaykly. I live at 8835 Dublin Drive, Cordova, Tennessee, 38018. Jerry is my representative for the city. Most of what I want to say actually has already been said. It was really towards the ceasefire in Gaza. I know we always talk about the sacrifices of Dr. King, and we talk about the apartheid that was going on in South Africa. but yet we don't recognize the continuation, the continuous apartheid. We talk about the Holocaust and the horrible and the tragedy and the horrors that came from the Holocaust, but when the Holocaust is in front of us, just because it's brown people, then we don't recognize it. And this is really a shame. But the main thing that I want to talk about here is actually what Chairman Smiley said last time when we were here on March 5th. He said, we only come here for one issue. But just a historical reminder, I've been in Memphis since 1980s, the late 80s. At that time, Mr. Smiley, the way in which the council here in the city of Memphis wouldn't look like this. It took like Dr. Talib Karim Muhammad.
Muhammad.
Yeah, Muhammad. It's Muhammad. It took a lawsuit by him in order to break the way the system was. And it was the lawsuit of Dr. Talib Karim Muhammad really changed the combination and what you see now on this board to represent the diversity that's present in Memphis. So when some of our names are being presented here and somebody's making fun of our names, would you make fun of the name Talib Karim Muhammad? You maybe don't understand what the meaning of the name, but every name that we have has a meaning, and we really live for these meanings. And if you don't understand cultural sensitivity, then you need to learn about cultural sensitivity. And if you don't really appreciate the diversity in Memphis, you need to learn about the diversity in Memphis. And if you don't understand the contribution of our community to Memphis, you need to learn about the history. If it's not for Dr. Talib Karim Muhammad, Imam Talib Karim Muhammad, then many of the African Americans that are present here wouldn't be in these seats. Thank you. I'm glad you agree with that. So hopefully, when you see an African American or you see somebody like us, all our representatives, have some respect. Thank you. Have a nice day. And as they all said, tomorrow is Eid. You want to see the Muslims in Memphis? Come to the sports arena on 922 Maxwell Street, right across from the Liberty Stadium, and you see how many numbers we have. And you remember this, inshallah, next time where there's election.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much, and Dr. Muhammad is the reason we have super districts as well. He did a great job, and he brought about meaningful change. And I think many of us have been contacted by his son as well. I almost called you too early, Walter Brody. Is he here? He's here. Oh, okay. We got one more comment card. Francis is the last name. Come on down, then Walter Brody, and then I will entertain a motion after this.
Good evening. My name is Fabiola Francis. I reside at 1664 Newton Oak Circle in Memphis. Thank you for your service. I know you are probably tired, but thank you for the opportunity to let me speak. I want to speak for the dogs in Memphis. The reality for many animals is that they come to the shelter and they end up in a plastic bag 3 to 5 days later. I know you have a budget and you approve these budgets, but it's a disservice to the community and to the animals not to increase a budget so these animals can have a better chance. Today, I saw Memphis like gas and water. I wanted to talk to Mr. McGowan and see how did he do it. Why you do not approve a little more money for the shelter so these animals can have hope. The ventilation system sucks. There's not an isolation place for the animals that come in sick. We can go on and on. 5 years from now, we're gonna be talking about the same thing. Why not invest in our community? We have a spay and neuter mandate, great, but who can afford $300 spay? The low-income community is always the same thing, the disparity. These people want their pets and they cannot get them fixed. Just increase the budget And let's have a nice shelter. Let's, we are a reflection of how we treat our pets. It's not something that we ask in $1 million or $2 million. Just look at the budget, see if you can increase it, and let's have a positive outcome for these animals. I know some of you have pets and you can relate to this. And I thank you for your time, and I shall continue to come and ask you for more money. Thank you. Good evening.
Thank you. I would make one suggestion. I would suggest that you reach out to the mayor and his administration if you want to see more funding for their particular department. That's all.
It would be nice if the mayor or the director of the shelter will answer emails. So it is great to come here and be able to speak to you, but when you reach out to the mayor and the mayor does not answer you back because they're so busy, we all constituents and we all voted. So I think I'll continue to come here and take my chances.
So the mayor is pretty busy, but he does have an EA who is responsive to emails. Miss Renee,
Yes.
reach out to her. She's pretty responsive.
Thank you so much for
Thank
the
you.
suggestion.
Thank you. Walter Brody, give us the closing remarks and benediction and the word for the day and every day, brevity.
All right. My name is Walter Brody. I stay at 3356 Justine. The scripture comes from Hebrew 3rd chapter, the 2nd verse, and it says, "Who was faithful to him that appointed him, as also Moses was faithful in all his house." Let's go in the word. Let's go to prayer right now. Heavenly Father, I want to thank you once again, Father God. Continue to bless all our city council members, Father God. Bless them and all their family members. Father God.